7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. This is 101 ESPN. The show is sponsored by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne vacationing in the Hamptons. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt is already on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, they're waiting for us. Yeah. They're calling in. They want to be a part of the program. It's a caller-driven show on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And I look up at the YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL where you can watch us and talk about how cute we are. Mm-hmm. And it's just I. I mean, this is an Illinois town.
Really? Well, I didn't know that, I guess, until now. Big win for the Illini last night.
Huge.
Clipped the Ducks.
Yeah. There wasn't a lot of clipping.
Did you watch it?
Hell no.
No, I didn't either.
109-77, your final.
Okay.
But that's a 32-point win on the road in the number 9 team in the country.
So that's got the texters excited?
As it should. I mean, that's a sick win.
All right. Well, this is a busy day in sports today, boy. We got anything at all? Blues playing, maybe?
Way to sell it. Nice.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are. Wow. You really are.
Yeah,
you're putting out on the 18th.
I was caught up in the Notre Damn Georgia game. I watched that, and then I kind of forgot about all other sports.
Well, that was.
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
Well, when it comes up, yeah, May or June, first time they see him, I'll get pumped up for that.
83 days, baby.
You can get involved on the program and talk it over via the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt manning those phone lines. 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. Air Comfort Service, 314-399-9646. That's how you can get involved on this program, and youtube.com/TMASTL, where friends have gathered to talk it over during today's program. And I would argue it's a Jim Dandy of a program for the audience, Doug.
Okay.
Producer Joe is communicating with friend of the show, potentially my biological father, Joe Theismann, to come on and talk about Notre Dame advancing to the Final Four by beating the Georgia Bulldogs last night, 23-10. So looking forward to talking it over with my father. I texted with the gentleman who raised me last night, who is a Notre Dame fan.
Yeah.
And
he's pretty excited.
Oh, you better believe it.
Was he?
And my mom, who actually attended the university, whereas my dad is one of those alums, as Joe Buck said, grow up.
Oh.
Just because you're Irish and Catholic, you adopt the school, even though there was no way in hell you were going to it. That's what he is. But my mom actually went there, so they were watching the game and absolutely overjoyed. But I think what was more important to them was earlier in the day, they got to meet Stephen Wildwood while he played at Harbortown yesterday. And you guys took the over on 107.5, and he shot 100 on the nose. How about that?
Well,
good on him.
How many putts did he pick up from 3 feet away?
So you're alleging cheating?
Well, I just like to know, what were the parameters? What kind of rules did he play by?
I would assume
did he hit any breakfast balls?
I would assume Tom O'Toole was out there monitoring, providing service as a marker.
I don't know.
So that is a great 100. I would imagine the winds were down, but I think he's going to call in. Joey Vitale is going to be in studio.
Okay.
In the 8 o'clock hour. So I guess we'll have Steve call in for the entirety of the 9 o'clock hour and go hole by hole through his...
He's a stick, huh?
He's not. Shot 100 and he's happy with it.
Well, if the number was set at 107,
107.5.
He cleared it with very comfortably.
Well, I'm sure it's a tough course, though, too, probably.
It is. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I've never played it, but I can imagine it is. It's a world-class course.
Yeah. And
it's cold out there. That's a big thing for me was it's cold. Cold golf is a whole different animal.
I think he just sent a message to you guys, and you each owe him $1,000. So Venmo's probably the best way to handle that, but that's up to you. If you're a cash guy, you can just leave it and
you can come collect.
In
That's
the trash can out there on Olive. That's how I pay my high school bookie.
You tape it under the bin.
I do. That's exactly right.
I don't have Venmo, so I don't owe him nothing.
Gabe DeArmond will be with us on the program as well. Joey Vitale in studio, and my father, Joe Theismann, joining the program. And Manute Bowl eligible, says Stephen Wildwood will win the St. Louis Sports Person of the Year for 2025 for shooting 100 yesterday.
I don't know.
So there it is. Blues and Senators this evening. Pregame 6 p.m. Puck drop 7 p.m. And Doug, there it is. You have now been briefed on what we have here on the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, over the next 4 hours on 101 ESPN and the YouTube channel, TMA STL YouTube channel. Come on in, watch it, talk it over, see what's doing. I mean, there's a lot of people in there. Some of them are actually guys. John Scores, Stag, the delectable Danny Pintaro, Joshy Tuna, Tiny Peepee, Adam Well. Do you pronounce Adam Well?
I don't know. How's it spelled?
W-E-L-L-E?
I would say Welly. Just because I'm different that way.
Kai Coke, KY Coke. Is that your buddy, Sweet Kai?
I don't think so. Hope not.
And DJ Patty Cakes are all in there just talking it over.
Okay.
So that's what they do. They watch the show and they talk about it.
All right.
What else could you ask for?
Do we have a weather correspondent we could go to see how much we're going to get?
I'll tell you what a situation we have developing in the St. Louis metropolitan area. And I read from the erstwhile KSDK website, Doug, because it's moving out of downtown St. Louis. People now prepare now for travel disruption for Saturday night into Sunday. There is talk of an ice storm / snowstorm in the St. Louis area. The energy that will fuel our weekend winter storm is in the Pacific Ocean this evening.
Oh,
Set the stage.
Well,
This thing must be coming. This thing's coming shooting through.
it really is. You could hardly drive that fast. I don't think you could.
Is that an Alberta Clipper?
I wouldn't think. No, that's not enough.
Are you asking if weather can outpace a vehicle?
I guess it can, right?
Oh, yeah, I would think.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to stop to take a pee.
Is
Why
that
is it always got to be
the
toilet
difference?
humor with you, bro?
Well, that's just a
Why is it always got to be toilet humor with him, Doug?
I don't know. It seems to be.
It's a biological fact. I mean, what, you go in the bottle while you're driving?
That's
a
how
hazard?
I played online poker for years.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But you can outrace it.
Tough.
You can outrace it in a plane, but not a car. So a plane is faster than weather. A car is slower than weather.
Why wouldn't you just take the laptop into the bathroom? I have so many questions. Please continue.
I'm not going to now.
Not you.
This guy.
It's not all about you, Doug.
This Jackson Burkett. By
Okay.
late Saturday night into early Sunday morning, snow and a wintry mix are expected to develop across the region. While initially starting as snow in St. Louis, there will likely be a transition to a mixture of sleet for most of the metro area after daybreak Sunday. Further south, sleet will change to freezing rain. The glaze of ice over our southern counties could cause some power outages as trees and power lines may be pulled down due to the weight of the ice.
Oh,
That's
no.
KSDK.com.
The snow is okay. It's not great. I don't like it, but it's okay. Ice is just not.
That's a
ice is a
problem.
deal killer. Yeah.
Jackson, have you already called an audible to say we're doing the show remotely on Monday morning? I'll be in my basement with my two young tykes playing shinny hockey while doing the show.
You did say shinny.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been on my mind, and we'll figure it out.
Sounds like we got a plan.
So you're doing nothing about this snow. As a
I will
producer.
likely traverse the harsh weather no matter what to be here, so we can make magic.
And Doug and I should stay in our beds?
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll get
different beds.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, it'd be easier if you guys
Keep
were
that
just
ruse up.
It would be really nice if you guys would just be in the same place.
No, we're not going to
It would
be.
make it a lot easier on me. I guess if you guys want to be difficult, it's cool.
Oh.
Tim, you look great. Doug looks yummy. Thanks. That's from Martin's Pincushion.
All right, Marty.
Illinois shot 55% from three-point land after starting 0 for 7. 55% from three-point land.
Yeah,
How are you going to stop that, Ducks?
They scored 64 points in the second half.
Sweet mother of mercy. Yeah, they only led by 7 at the half and then went off 64-39 in the second half, 109-77 against the number 9 team in the country. Doug, tough 24 hours up there in Eugene.
Yeah. This is probably the best game Illinois has played in a while, or maybe any team has played in a while. Sometimes it just all comes together where everybody's shooting well. Everything you do works.
Yeah, that's the thing.
One of those games.
That's the thing about basketball. Like, as we transition out of football season, like, sometimes you could be a top 10 team and lose by 20 or more points, and it's not like the end of the world. Whereas, like, you know, when Missouri lost to Texas A&M by whatever that final score was, it was kind of the end of the world.
From the 618, That was from Mike from Belleville. He would like his name entered, and he says, "You guys are great." How about that, Doug?
Did he really say that?
Yeah, Mike from
What a
Belleville.
wonderful tribute.
Welcome to the show. You can get involved on the program, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program, just like Mike from Belleville, and his name will now be saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Always go back and podcast the program via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app, and we are grateful for the support of our sponsors like Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour, and Design Air, sponsor of our email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Doug, do you know anything about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Sure I do. I know that the people I call if I ever have a problem with my furnace, or even if I don't. If you just want a tune-up before your furnace goes bad, that's a very smart thing to do. Seth Goldkamp always recommends that. He or one of his people will come out and get you taken care of. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business. They've served over 10,000 people since 1904, and they are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show, and for that, we are very grateful. They're best known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty, and they will never try to upsell you. They'll always give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees, and that's how they'll do you. They take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling now. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, you choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. They've been to my house on several occasions, not because I've had a serious problem. Maybe I haven't had a serious problem because I've had them out to do the regular maintenance. That certainly makes a big difference. But if you haven't had that done and something goes wrong with your furnace this weekend or next week when it's really going to be put to the test, this is the name you need to know. It is Design Air Heating and Cooling. Their website is designairservice.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email of the day. Coming up, Doug, we will find out who win the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month for the month of December. Jackson has that information, and 54 seconds of a living hell for Georgia Bulldogs fans last night. But perhaps the worst night was for a walk-on cornerback by the name of Parker Jones. They're not really big fans of his, and he #took to social media at halftime to tend to the situation. We'll explain.
Okay.
Coming up, ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Joey Vitale joining us in studio at 8 o'clock. This is 101 ESPN. Welcome back. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. My name is Tim McKernan. Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. Jackson's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines waiting for you to call in and be a friend of the program at 314-974-0101. And Stag wants to know in the YouTube chat if KG is in today. Can you not see him? Yeah, I can see him on the YouTube chat. He lurks on Jackson's camera.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's where you can watch us. Joey Vitale is going to be in studio in the 8 o'clock hour. Gabe DeArmond in the 10 o'clock hour. And we are hoping to be joined by my father, Joe Theismann, at some point here as Notre Dame advances to the Final Four. Doug, we've got a Jim Dandy of a Final Four next Thursday in Miami, where you and Don Shula became close friends
that would be pushing it.
Years ago. Notre Dame, a 1.5-point favorite, will take on the Nittany Lions. They played each other every year from 1981 through 1992, and why that series came to an end in the early 90s, maybe it was because of Kijana Carter. But either way, they rekindled that series for a couple of years in the yachts, but haven't seen each other since 2007. Well, they'll see each other next Thursday night in South Florida.
Was that Vince Scully setting the stage?
Steve Sparky Pfeiffer.
Steve Sparky Pfeiffer, okay.
That's correct.
Well, I was rooting for Notre Dame since it started, but I didn't really think they had a shot to go all the way. Now I do.
You think they could win this whole thing?
Sure. I think Ohio State's probably the favorite to do it now. But I think Notre Dame showed last night that they are darn good. They are really solid. And I think they got a shot.
For the morning. Match that, 101.
That was my hot take. It's as hot as it gets. I think Notre Dame will beat Penn State, but I think Ohio State will then beat Notre Dame. That'd be my pick.
Why do you hate the...
I don't hate anyone, but someone's got to win and someone's got to lose, and that's what I think is going to happen.
Yes.
For the record, Ohio State is plus 115 to win the whole thing. Notre Dame is next at plus 325. Texas is plus 350, and the Nittany Lions are plus 450. There are your odds to win the college football playoff national championship. Texas and Ohio State will play a week from tonight in the Cotton Bowl, and that line is currently Ohio State -6.
Ooh, I like Texas. I like Texas getting 6.
Why would you like Texas?
Jackson got activated there.
I think there's a recency bias. Like, obviously, Ohio State looked sick against Oregon. They absolutely did. And Texas had to, really battle with Arizona State, a team that I don't think people give a lot of credit. Although I think they were just playing like their hair was on fire and Texas just ran into them. But I think their defense was still really solid. And I think I have doubts about Quinn Ewers, but 6 points, I don't think it should be that big.
Well, the number started at 4.5. It moved up to 5.5, and it's now at 6. Notre Dame -1.5. Specific to last night's game, a few thoughts. Number one, something that I have been observing as really more by proxy through my parents as a Notre Dame fan, second to Missouri throughout my life. I feel like this is the first big game, like real big game, that Notre Dame has won since it beat Florida State in what was called at the time the game of the century. You remember that? Against Charlie Ward, who won the Heisman, and then he wound up playing in the NBA for the Knicks.
Right.
And that was November of 1993. Now, of course, they had other big wins, but not to that level. And when they would go up against teams of, in particular from the SEC, there would appear to be a clear gap. Even 4 years ago, I believe it might have been 5 years, when they played Clemson, would not appear to belong if you're watching specifically line play. That was not the case last night on the lines. Now, it's important to note, and I think that Gunnar Stockton got a lot of positive attention, understandably so, for the way he played in the second half after Georgia's offense struggled in the first half of the SEC championship game with Carson Beck. But it still was his first start, and Georgia did not have their starter. And Gunnar Stockton, I don't think, was particularly impressive. But at the same time, one of the reasons why he had problems was because Notre Dame's defensive line and pass rush was forcing him out of the pocket and putting him under pressure. I mean, that's an SEC offensive line with some big boys, but if the technique's not there, you got a problem. It's not like Notre Dame was moving the ball particularly effectively. They got a break on the turnover. And then the play that, I would imagine is getting the most attention from Georgia fans is not Marcus Freeman and the punt, which we will discuss. But as Georgia is heading into the end zone, walk-on cornerback sophomore Parker Jones runs into the official as he's running down the sideline and gets a 15-yard penalty, halting Georgia's momentum. And as opposed to having it 1st and 10 in the red zone, they move out. Notre Dame's defense continues to outplay Georgia's offensive line, and Georgia has to settle for a field goal. Parker Jones had a public Instagram in the first half. At halftime, he went in to the locker room and he changed the Instagram to a private profile.
I'm surprised it even came out for the second half. How do you explain that to the head coach?
Well, Kirby Smart was not delighted.
I wouldn't think so.
I would see if I could on the sideline enter the transfer portal and not even have a conversation. I just dip out, get an Uber.
Maybe see if there was some sort of hole or tunnel underneath the field you could crawl into.
Oh my God. I felt bad for I can't remember who it was who dropped that massive, it was a 40-yard bomb pass right into his hands.
Right into his hands.
Bounced off his hands. But that pales in comparison to being no pads, just sweatpants on the sideline and getting a 15-yard penalty. That is way worse.
It's not easy to do, really.
Yeah, I mean, I remember once a Jets assistant coach kind of leaned his leg out once and tripped a guy, and I thought, wow, that was the nastiest thing I've ever seen on a football field. Yeah. And I don't think this guy was doing anything but intentionally malicious, but that was still really bad.
Very unfortunate, Kirby Smart said. They said a coach, but I think it was a player from what I've been told in the white, and the white is reserved for the officials. That's a safety concern. Most of the time they'll grant you a warning on that, but it was not. It was a situation where it cost us 15 yards. We still had 1st and 10 and did not take advantage of it. That came on a 67-yard pass play.
Yeah. I don't think it made the difference in the game, but it's still a horrible thing to have happen to you.
And this is from a strategic standpoint. I think Kirby Smart is considered one of, now that Nick Saban's retired, if not the best head coach in college football. But I was truly surprised that late in the first half, with a quarterback who had not really shown much, perhaps with the exception of the play that Parker Jones had an impact on, and Notre Dame's defense being able to get pressure on Gunnar Stockton, that they tried to move the ball down the field from deep in their own territory after Notre Dame kicked the field goal to make it 6-3. And it wound up burning them. And this is not a results-oriented thing. I was watching, I would kind of think they'd just run out the clock, and then go into the half down 3. Kind of a similar situation to the game against Texas in the SEC championship, in which the defense had played well and the offense hadn't done much. But instead, they get aggressive, turn the ball over. Notre Dame on the very next play is able to capitalize, score a touchdown, and now it's a 13-3 deficit going into the half. And then Notre Dame runs it back to start the second half with a 98-yard touchdown. And just like that, you have 54 seconds from hell for the Georgia Bulldogs. It goes from 6-3 to 20-3. And at that point, based on the way Notre Dame's defense was playing and Georgia's offense was playing, you're thinking this thing just might be over.
And for all intents and purposes, it was, I guess.
Right. I mean, Notre Dame was dominating on the line. I mean, once you're in the trenches like that and you take a kickoff back for a touchdown, I mean, that's such a backbreaker if you're Georgia. We're going to go out there in the second half really try, and then they give up a kickoff touchdown. It's just brutal. That's such a brutal spot to be in.
Notre Dame had 5 players from the transfer portal that played key roles last night.
Riley Leonard from Duke.
Yeah, the guy who ran the kickoff back all the way. He was a transfer.
Yep.
It had 5 of them. I guess they showed how you do it in the portal.
Well, they converted and they beat the Bulldogs, and so that means you have Notre Dame and Independent, Penn State and Ohio State from the Big Ten and formerly of the Big 12 in their first year in the SEC, Texas. And I think the hatred for the SEC has gotten so intense from parts outside of the SEC schools that you have a really weird spot with people actually last night, many cheering for Notre Dame, one of the all-time villains in sports, perhaps one of the most polarizing teams in sports over the last decade, hell, maybe century. And instead, I think people outside of, SEC fans were polling for Notre Dame. You have a likable coach in Marcus Freeman. You have anti-SEC sentiment, and so I think for a lot of people now here, if you're a Missouri fan and you do the thing where you poll for the conference, then maybe you're seeing it through a different lens. But I'm telling you, I think a lot of people were polling for Notre Dame last night who normally wouldn't be polling for Notre Dame, and I think it's more of a byproduct of distaste for the SEC and loving seeing the SEC relegated to kind of an also-ran in the first ever college football playoff featuring 12 teams.
And maybe Georgia and Alabama in particular. Those teams have pretty much dominated college football over the last 10 years. So anytime somebody knocks them off, I think most of the country would be happy to see that.
Right. Yeah, and Texas, I feel like, is like now people can focus their hate right on the Longhorns like that. Although Ohio State, I don't know, like for my generation, I'm not sure Notre Dame has that kind of like I feel like people just have a pretty neutral opinion on them in my age, and maybe I'm just projecting myself. But,
well, because they haven't really been relevant.
Right.
And so if you go back, though, they're polarizing. You have people who watch them to cheer for them. You have people who watch them to cheer against them. And the weird thing about this is everybody, I think, has strong feelings on 3 of the 4. Penn State, I don't know if there's real strong feelings one way or the other, outside of course, Penn State fans. But I think there are plenty of people who dislike Ohio State and then love Ohio State, dislike Texas and then love Texas, and dislike Notre Dame and love Notre Dame. The one thing that I don't want to see, and otherwise I'm just good, is Penn State-Ohio State rematch, personally, just from the outcome of this whole thing. But any of the other, I'm all in. And so the thing that stands out here is seeds 1, 2, 3, and 4, all are gone. Seeds 5, 6, 7, and 8, all are in. And if I'm not mistaken, Penn State, of course, a big favorite against Boise State. Texas, a big favorite against Arizona State. And Ohio State was a favorite against Oregon, and Notre Dame was a 1-point favorite against Georgia. So all of the favorites won, except weirdly, all of the favorites were the 5, 6, 7, 8 seeds.
A prime example of, we'll just fix the reseed. That's got to be fixed. Cause
all the teams that got a bye lost.
That's right.
Yes. And I guess Arizona State didn't look like they were hurting from the long break, nor did Georgia, maybe. I don't know. With the new quarterback, I'm sure they were okay
tough. I mean, you're playing with a backup quarterback. I mean, I realize he had a lovely second half against Texas, but, I don't know if that was necessarily indicative of... That's why I thought there was a wide delta on Georgia. Maybe he's great, and maybe he can do better things than Carson Beck, because I think Carson Beck at times held them back this year. I don't know if anybody's stock dropped more in the 2024 season versus where they were anticipated to be than Carson Beck. And I know part of that is what happened with his health, but a lot of it was his play before getting injured in the SEC championship game. So if Gunnar Stockton could do great things on the ground in particular, maybe that would help the Georgia offense, but that wasn't there. I think part of that, though, was Georgia's offensive line, and also you have to credit Notre Dame's pass rush. So, yeah.
And that drop pass was a big play.
Oh, you better believe it.
That's probably a touchdown.
Yeah, that's Dylan Bell.
Yeah, and then it's a one-possession game over the last few minutes instead of being down by 13. It really changed the whole look at the end of the game there.
Yeah, and then they're driving late in the game, like a little less than 10 minutes to go, and they can't get in the end zone. They got blessed with a pass interference call that could go either way, and then they just couldn't. They could not move the ball in the red zone.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. Notre Dame and Ohio State in the finals.
Oh, that's what you got. You just released it.
Yes.
You just released
Notre
it.
Dame, Ohio State in the championship.
Doug Vaughn's 5-star play of the year, parlay, Notre Dame and Ohio State money lines, Jackson.
Yeah.
Drew Aller is playing really, really well. Like, he is looking really good. I really like him. That Notre Dame pass rush, they got that one D end who is just an absolute monster. Like, he is huge. I don't remember his name, but he is huge.
They've also got a guy who likes to run into the punter.
Yeah, they were doing that early.
He did that twice in a row.
I know. It's going crazy. I just think Texas is so skilled defensively that I'm really curious to see how they look against Ohio State. I think that could be a really cool matchup of two strengths going up against each other.
Well, Arizona State was able to put points up on the board against Texas.
Eventually, but with a lot of gadgets and a lot of deception.
Whatever it takes, my friend.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Jackson doesn't like gadget plays.
I like the gadget.
Why do you hate gadget
If you're
plays?
Arizona State, like that's the reason they hire a guy like Kenny Dillingham, who's really young, is to bring an infusion of energy and creativity. But if you're Ohio State with the offense you have, you do it how you've been doing it these last couple games. And I think Texas is better suited for a game like that.
Guys, this may sound results-oriented, but it is because it is hard to separate the two. As a Notre Dame fan, Irish guy from Chicago, didn't go there. Marcus Freeman seems to have grown a lot as a coach this season after the mind-boggling loss to Northern Illinois. It's a credit to him. That is from the 636. The loss to Northern Illinois is one of the most stunning losses in recent memory, really. And it was in the moment, but then seeing the way that they've played since then, it's phenomenal. Because understandably, plenty of people were going, okay, Notre Dame's done for once you lose to Northern Illinois, who didn't wind up being a great team as the season played out either. So this wasn't a case of like losing to a team that nobody knew about that then went off. They kind of fumbled around the rest of the year. And Notre Dame not only won, but for the most part, they won big over the course of the season following that loss with no room for error.
If Notre Dame is to eventually win the championship, do you think that will change how the committee looks at bad losses like that or bad losses in general?
Well, I mean, they were ranked number 3.
Right, but I'm saying like
I know that the seeding-wise, they weren't because they couldn't be in a top 4 with a bye, but they were ranked number 3, and I don't think anybody would have said they should have been higher than that.
no, certainly not. But I'll eat crow here. Like I was saying that was like a disqualifying loss. Like I thought they shouldn't be in, and clearly, egg on my face. But do you think that the committee will be like, if you have one, like just a one-off game like that, like they could excuse that, whereas like Oklahoma, Alabama.
Yeah, but Alabama already had 2 other losses, including one to Vanderbilt, and I know that was a cute story. But as the season played out, Vanderbilt didn't have a monster year either. Vanderbilt, relative to their normal season, was a good team, but it's not like Vanderbilt wound up being a 9-3 team or something like that themselves. I just think the nature of it now at this point is you can absolutely lose a game, whereas a decade ago, that would have been a disqualifying loss, just mathematically. I mean, keep in mind, if we were on the old system, and I'm talking about pre-college football playoff, you would have most likely had, I don't know, I mean, you definitely would have had Oregon playing for the national championship. That's not debatable. The question would have been who would have been the second team.
Georgia?
I think it would have been Georgia.
Yeah, winner of the SEC championship.
I think it would have been Georgia.
Yeah, probably
but
Georgia.
I'm not certain on that, but I think it would have been Georgia.
And that wouldn't have made very many people happy. Or a lot of people would have been unhappy.
I'm going back to the college football playoff pre days where they would play in the Orange Bowl or something like that for the national championship. Let's see. I hate the OS bro-in-law went there. OH, shut up, but those Longhorns can pucker up and kiss it, if you know what I mean. Agreed, Doug. Put those mitts on. Hot. OH versus ND, silver and gold. That's for Big Blonde Dan.
Was that just a stream of consciousness?
Yeah. He's a big raw-boned Swede.
Whatever thought popped in his head went right onto his phone.
Yeah. Notre Dame has really only had... Well, Louisville was the only team other than Northern Illinois that came within a touchdown of Notre Dame all year. They just steamrolled everybody else they played.
And I think similar to Ohio State losing to Michigan, they were forced to have the wake-up call. And you saw what Ohio State did after losing to Michigan, what they've done to Tennessee and Oregon since then, and Notre Dame. Similar with the Northern Illinois loss. Guys, can we address the topic that we are a no-targeting miscall away from not having the SEC represented in the Final Four teams? That's from the 636. Oh, can you imagine?
We're afraid to touch that topic.
Oh, my God.
That's off limits. We are such SEC homers, we're not even going to bring it up.
I am leading the charge on that being an absolute debacle on Arizona State getting banged on that thing. Now, to be clear, I didn't say Arizona State would have won, but Arizona State, without question, from my perspective, should have had it 1st and 10 at the 37. So,
I'm with you.
With 1:08 left. And it was funny, all these guys who do the college football television, they're the officials that they go to. Let's go to Gene Steratore. Doug, Matt Austin is with us. Matt, what did you see there? All three of the guys that they go to on all the three different networks all said it should have been a targeting call.
I want that job. I want to be the rules analyst. I don't know how you get. I want to be Dean Blandino. I want to be the one who they go to and just agree with the commentators on clear and present, like exactly what everyone sees.
Were these guys all former refs?
I don't know what.
Otherwise,
they are.
They had
Steratore for sure was.
Yeah. All right. It seems like they call Gene Steratore at home sometimes.
I think they do have home studios.
They must.
And Mike Pereira is just on any game. Like Fox will have two butt asses playing on a Friday night. Let's go to Mike Pereira. I'm like, that poor guy. You ever think Brian Kelly regrets leaving Notre Dame, being in the playoff without having to poorly adopt a Southern dialect or grind on recruits who commit somewhere else immediately after the tweets drop? That's from Carlos Spicy-Wiener. Doug, Brian Kelly left Notre Dame thinking that LSU would give him a better chance to win a national championship, and now the Fighting Irish are a win away from playing either the Ohio State University or Texas for the national championship.
Now I think a lot of it gets down to, can you recruit players from other teams? And clearly Freeman can do that. That's I'm not sure Kelly could have done that.
We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Okay, well, that's what we do here.
Looking forward to Sarkeesian and the gorgeous burnt orange. Raise the natty. Hook me, Vaughn. That's from Mr. Big Cream.
Texas will have the worst uniforms in the Final Four.
Jackson, what's your ideal uniform matchup for the championship? Doug, this is Jackson Burkett, and he did a tournament of uniforms.
Texas, Penn State. However,
you're wrong on both counts.
Oh no, I think on the Penn State. Now the Notre Dame gold dome, white jersey, gold pants. Gorgeous. I mean, that is as good as it gets.
So is there a navy blue top with the gold
I like
pants?
the white top better. I like the white top better. But I think the navy one's still great. But the Penn State uniform is awesome. Awesome. But I think Texas is great. I think it's classic. I like the font just up front, just Texas.
Okay, the color's
Longhorn help. All right. We can disagree there.
All right.
It's a better burnt orange.
The obvious answer is Ohio State, Notre Dame. That's the best uniform match.
No, a helmet with stickers on it gets to be best.
I like the stickers.
Boys, of the Final Four teams, which fan base would be the best one to swing with? Thanks. That's from the Swing Haven board
That's
member.
a question.
That's a hell of a question.
We talked about Ohio having a lot of these parties.
I feel good about Texas being the answer. Chairman Kurt's in agreement with me.
Does Austin gets weird?
I mean, I'm just thinking through what I'm thinking, what's doing with the fan base, and maybe this is more stereotypical of thinking people in warmer climates are in better shape.
That's what I was going to say. The other three teams are just northern climates. I think you got a better chance of some quality down there in Austin.
There's Hefties?
Potentially. Better chance.
You're saying most of the women at Ohio State, Penn State, and Notre Dame are fat?
Well,
no. We're thinking of the guys, too.
Oh.
Right. That's important.
All right.
And I know you like a hairy man.
I don't. Oh.
Okay.
I mean,
sounds like you're kink shaming now.
I am.
McConaughey is the representative for Texas. That's a pretty good start. Just saying.
How about that, Doug? Jackson's interested in...
So you're looking at the guys.
Well, they're part of the package.
Yeah, I'm looking at everybody. He said swinging, Doug.
All right.
Or she, I don't know.
I always get caught up in this stupid hetero lifestyle.
Yeah, heteronormative.
Thank you. Doug, of the Final Four teams, which fan base has the hottest stepdads? That's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson says is attractive, but he's not attracted to him.
Stepdads, I'll say Notre Dame, because it's probably the most expensive of the schools to go to, the most elite. So there's a lot of fathers who've made a lot of money. So they may have dumped the first wife more and gone with the younger second wife, so that this wealthy older
had a big
guy,
night in Clayton.
Yeah, this wealthy older guy is the stepdad.
But aren't Catholics less likely to divorce?
That's
Wow.
kind of what I didn't want to get too deep into it, but it might be like a shameful stepdad.
I don't know that that's the case at all.
Doug, a shame-ridden stepfather.
Yeah.
Just like a stepdad on the low.
Yeah. It would be more clandestine, that's for sure.
I don't know.
I think Texas might be the answer for both.
Jackson has officially voted Texas as having the best-looking stepfathers.
Best-looking stepfathers.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty comfortable with that. Although Ohio State's a huge school, so it's nice, I guess.
You brought up the Ohio State stickers. You think we could all wear TMA hats, and if we have a really good take, we could get a sticker to put on our
I like
hat?
that.
That wouldn't be a bad idea. But like,
let's work
who's
on
the
that.
arbiter of the tape?
Chairman.
I think
Chairman
just
Kurt.
Kurt.
Chairman Kurt's a chairman.
Okay.
Well, Tim's helmet will be full.
Okay.
It's part of having a great alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to call in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Text in Air Comfort Service. Text inbox 314-399-9646. Joey Vitale going to be with us in studio in the Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour. This is the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the Ottawa Senators. You can catch that game right here. Your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pre-game starts at 6 p.m. The puck will drop at 7 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, the title of this track is from 1985's Best Picture, Teen Wolf.
Is that what it is?
And it's from Best Supporting Actress, Boof.
Okay. Why would we be playing it now?
Because this is music that puts it in perspective.
Okay.
It's like haunting 80s, you know?
What's being put in perspective?
Everything.
Okay.
Notre Dame
All right.
in their uniforms. And Jackson not liking their quote-unquote blue top.
I like the blue top. I just prefer the white.
Those gold helmets are something else.
Gold domes are classic.
Boy, you can set your watch to those.
Are you stealing my stuff now?
Yes.
During the commercial break, Jackson shared with me and Doug that you can set your watch to the New Orleans Saints uniforms, and Doug and I don't know what that means. If you know what it means, call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text into the program, Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. And watch this show via youtube.com/TMASTL, where many friends gather and just kind of talk it over, such as the old hipster, the tunneling gerbil, Chris Talbot, and Tiny PP and John N., who says no fatties, LOL.
No fatties. What does that mean?
LOL. I don't. You're gonna have to call in John N. to talk it over with us. Joey Vitale's not going to call in. He's going to join us in studio coming up at 8 o'clock. Blues and Senators tonight in St. Louis. Blues and Blue Jackets tomorrow night in Columbus. Doug, let's get at least 3 points here.
Well, better.
Got to get at least 3 points here, okay? Are we in agreement?
Yes, yes. The Blues are how far out of the playoffs? They're still only like 3 or 4 points. They are 4 points out of the playoffs right now. That's not bad with a half a season to go. Although Vancouver and Dallas both have 2 games in hand. So, still a long, long way to go. But when you play the lesser teams in the league, that's when you gotta get some points.
Ottawa sitting at 40 points, just like the Blues are, and CBJ. Doug, I don't know if this is their year or not. Do you think it's their year?
CBJ?
They have 38 points.
With the
so
other
Blues
under 500 team.
After a tough November and December, as far as the schedule goes, this is the time to pick it up and lay it down. And you'll be thrilled because I imagine you're going to see Joel Hofer in net at one point here over the next 48 hours. It's just a matter of which game he will be in. We'll talk it over with Joey Vitale coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Lane Kiffin was on a mission last night. This is kind of what I thought Shane Beamer was going to be on, and then he got distracted by Brett Bielema. He lost his mind. Lane Kiffin was taking on Duke in a game that only the greatest of degenerate gamblers probably was aware of. And if you thought that Lane Kiffin was going to try to make a statement, he did. He covered. He didn't give you much of a sweat. They skull-pounded Duke, and he managed in a brief sideline interview in between the third and fourth quarter to take shots at a potpourri of people. Here he is, Doug, friend of the program, Lane Kiffin.
Okay, hit the lever pail.
Coach, one more quarter with Jackson Dart as your quarterback. I just saw you have a moment with him. What's it like watching him in these final minutes?
It's awesome. He's playing great, and never know. Maybe he'll file a waiver and come back another year.
Are you pushing for that?
Maybe.
What do you want to see out of this group as you guys close out the 2024 season together?
Let's finish strong here. Let's make a statement about our team and how we played and how we're playing against the ACC.
Thanks, Coach. I think we know what that was about, Dave.
Yeah, Lane very active on the Twitter tweets regarding Ole Miss being left out. And instead of, I guess, specifically SMU, because Clemson won their way in, and they made sure to take care of business against Duke. And I thought, looking back on it, if I was paying attention, because I was so locked into Notre Dame and Georgia, there was some money out there on the table. Now, I have to say, I thought that's what South Carolina was going to do to Illinois to try to make a point, and you got to tip your cap to Brett Bielema and ILL for what they did, because I think they game planned their way into competing and then beating the Gamecocks. Duke did not have the same fortune last night against Lane Kiffin, and he was going to run it up if he got a chance to, and he did, 52-20.
Jackson Dart threw for 404 yards.
Yeah, he spells his name wrong, though.
Jackson. You like the traditional Jackson.
Yeah, leave the X out of there. He threw one ball, though, again across his body, like a 30-yard bomb. That was just gorgeous. I mean, to the sideline. I'm always so impressed by throws like that. He's a good ball player.
He was voted SEC quarterback of the year, I guess, first team SEC.
Yeah, I mean, there was really no one. Quinn Ewers got hurt. Milrow had a disappointing season. Miller also declaring for the draft.
I suppose he'll get a good shot in the NFL, Dart.
Doug, we'll find out, because Pestus from Festus, our college football analyst, joins us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Pestus from Festus.
Hello, Pestus.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Wonderful. Boy, I'll tell you what, you were all over Iowa and Missouri being a high-scoring game, and it nearly did get close to that 60 total that you were on. But either way, you guided us to an over victory. You are a sharp gambler, Pestus from Festus.
Well, I try to be. I don't know much about college football.
Really?
That makes it perfect for you to be our analyst.
I've always loved Notre Dame ever since I saw the movie Rudy.
It was a good one, wasn't it?
True story, Doug. All of it true.
Oh, it's very true, yeah.
Yes, it was. But what I called for this morning, gentlemen, is I want to wish you a Happy New Year.
Well, thank
I didn't get to do it yesterday.
Thank you. Very nice.
Happy New Year to you, Pestus from Festus.
And find a way to stay out of the snow.
Oh.
Well, how do we handle this here over the next 72 hours? It looks like we're going to have quite a bit of snow and maybe some freezing rain / sleet.
Well, you do like my wife did for us.
What?
She collected our firewood and brought it into the house, into the fireplace room. It's all sitting in there ready to go.
Yeah.
We've got all the food we need. We made sure of that. And we've got all the water we need.
Huh.
Now, here's something for all your listeners to listen to.
All right.
Take your water and trickle it over the next few days.
Right.
Right, so that your pipes don't freeze.
Interesting. This is kind of a nice pro tip here, Doug.
Right.
So just like have it dripping?
Just barely. Yeah.
Yeah, just barely dripping or barely slowly running, one or the other. Because if your pipes freeze, you're going to have a frozen tundra.
Yes, you are. You're going to have probably all kinds of water in the basement.
Yeah, you're going to have water everywhere. It could be up under your sink, anywhere, but especially water that is close to an outside wall.
Right, that's most likely to freeze. Yeah.
Yes.
And these are good pro tips here. I mean, there's great college football analysis, but there's also wonderful plumbing tips, too, Doug.
Right. And you're supposed to cover up that area where you plug your hose in outside to the side of your house?
Yes, you are. There are covers for that.
Right.
What you can do if you don't have a cover for that, just take you a dishcloth or something like that and wrap around it.
I like that. Take you a dishcloth. You like that, Doug? You like that?
You said your wife has to gather the firewood. Does she have to, like, chop down trees or something to get it?
Oh, no, buddy. I live on 1.5 acres of land.
Yeah.
And all during the year when the tree limb falls off the tree and everything, she collects it. Because I'm blind, I don't go outside that much. She collects it and brings it up to the front of the house. And she has a little saw that she cuts the wood with and places it where we can use it. Now she's taken it all off the rack outside and brought it into our inside rack.
I see.
So I told her she ain't stepping outside of this house except to let the dog out.
You have to do
and
that.
That's it.
Well, you got yourself a good woman there.
Always have. She saved my life. And this is a true story. I was supposed to have a colonoscopy done, and I said, hell no, I ain't having one. Well, this is before we got married and everything. She came home, packed her stuff up, and I said, where are you going? She goes, I'm leaving. And I said, why? And she goes, if you ain't having a colonoscopy done like the doctor said, I ain't sticking around to see you die. So I called the doctor, set up the colonoscopy, went in and had the colonoscopy.
Yeah.
They called me back that afternoon and said, we need you in the hospital on Monday morning. I said, for what? And they go, well, we need you here. We saw something that has to be taken care of. I went in, had a surgical procedure done to remove 18 inches of my colon.
Ooh.
My colon had cancer in it.
Yeah.
They said if I wouldn't have had the surgery, I'd have been dead in 6 months.
Wow.
And how long ago was that?
That was 10 years ago this year.
Oh, wow.
So your wife really did save your life, Pestus from Festus.
Yes, she did. And I have been totally cancer-free now for 10 years.
God bless Pestus from Festus and his wife. What a little anecdote.
You got to go get those checkups. You got to go.
You got to go get your checkups, take your medicine and everything. And I had my yearly physical yesterday, and everything is fine.
Wonderful.
Tip of the cap and tip of the cap. Outstanding news, Pestus from Festus. Yeah. Hey, the listeners really enjoyed your pronunciation guide to Jackson on Muscatoli, Mastacholi, and you had the pronunciation. What is the proper pronunciation again?
Well, wait a minute. I'll give it to you from who I heard it from.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay, just listen real close. Alexa, turn your volume up. Alexa, what is the correct pronunciation of Mastacholi?
The correct pronunciation of Mastacholi is not spelled T-O-V.
Wow.
Italian parts are similar in shape and taste depending.
So, see, gentlemen, I wasn't wrong.
Doug, there it is. That'll open and shut the case.
Okay.
Yeah, look at that.
The Italian told you.
Mustacchioli? Is that what she said? Mustacchioli?
That is exactly what she said.
Okay. All right.
There it is. Pestus from Festus, God bless. Have a wonderful weekend. It's always great to hear from you.
And I will talk to you later in the month. And, one other thing.
Okay.
We only have 2 months to baseball.
Think about
That's
that,
true.
Doug.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Month and a half to spring
28th
training.
of February, spring training.
Right. You're excited about that,
All
aren't you?
right.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you go. You have a good day. Stay safe. And grab you something nice and warm to snuggle up to during the snow, and you'll always be happy.
There you go.
Okay.
That's good counsel. This Pestus from Festus. Doug, Texter is a fan, and that's very rare in this program for Texters to be a fan of callers. This man is the front runner for Caller of the Year, and he has quite the head start. That is from the 314. Can I sponsor Pestus from Festus's calls? He is priceless. That's the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Okay. And then he says, well, you asked Pestus if he wants to sleep with my wife. So that's a separate that's a separate thought that came in following.
Totally separate.
Totally separate. Joey Vitale going to join us in the studio, talk it over with him coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. This is the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne vacationing the Hamptons, Jackson Burkett and Chairman Kurt manning the phone lines, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can call in like Pestus from Festus at 314-974-0101. Coming up, we're going to find out who won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month for December. That's next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here with Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. The name of the game is customer service, and that is what Stewie provides. New year, plenty of people interested in moving. Stewie, it can be competitive out there. How can you help the listeners get a house with competing offers?
Tim, one of the things you need when you're making an offer is a pre-approval letter. 2 weeks ago, a customer went to their realtor's lender, and they got a pre-approval letter. They made an offer of $400,000 on the house. It was a Saturday afternoon. The seller countered with $5,000 more, $405,000, but because the loan officer of that company was out of the country. They couldn't get an updated pre-approval letter, and they lost the house. With us, we're going to give you the power of the pre-approval letter, so you can access our portal and edit and write any pre-approval letter anytime you want, up to the maximum amount you're approved. The seller won't know how much you're approved for. You can edit it. You can change it anytime you want. Last week, that customer came to us. He went ahead and put in the offer for another house. He had to change the pre-approval letter 3 times to make it work, and they got the house. So we're going to give you that power. Take advantage, beat the bidding offers, make it happen quickly, and you got your house of your dreams.
There it is. Stewie is your guy. He makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends? Give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Stewie, thanks a lot. Have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend, guys.
Welcome back. CMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Look, Doug, Joey Vitale's in the studio.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, Joey.
Hi, guys.
You're wearing the orange Scully, and there's a guy in the YouTube chat. I assume it's a guy. Doug doesn't think we have anybody other than a guy claiming to be a woman in the female category in the audience. I disagree. I think we have about a 78% female listenership who uses the name in the YouTube chat, Joey Vitale's orange Scully. So how about that? And you're wearing it. Yes,
for real?
That is a real thing.
Maybe he saw me wear it. I've been wearing this for about a month or so.
It's a sharp look.
It's kind of Matthew Joseph liked it. We were in the locker room a couple weeks ago, and I always could tell how my style is when I walk in the locker room. You know, because those guys have good style.
Oh, do they?
Well, they know. I feel like they know.
Doug doesn't like the high waters they're wearing right now.
Yeah, the pant with no socks, the suit with no socks, and the pants that don't go down to the shoes. It looks like Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah. You gotta have a model figure to pull it off. I can't.
But when you're a professional athlete and you're 25 years old, you kind of look good and you're cool to do just about anything.
Ish. Like the Robert Bortuzzo, Matthew Joseph, that stature, if you will, like the model.
Right.
You could do anything. The gates are open.
Are they?
For the lower heavy gentlemen like myself.
You're play with lower heavy?
I got a kid named Sidney Crosby. I don't know if I brought him up.
Gosh.
Let's see. It's 8:04. Martin would be happy.
I covered early.
Remember Toms?
Doug, do you remember Toms?
The shoe Tom.
Yeah.
Like you buy
Tom
a pair.
McKernan?
No, the Tom shoes.
Okay.
They were kind of like
They're like slippers a little bit.
They're like slippers. Yeah, they're made of like cotton or something. They were relatively cheap, but for every Tom pair you bought, they would give a pair to like some child in India, I think, that needed shoes.
Really?
Obviously, that company went bankrupt because that's not sustainable. For every one you buy, you got to give them one away. But they were really big, so I tried pulling them off in Pittsburgh, and Sid just looked at me and said, "Your body, you can't. I got the cankles. There's no ankle shape.
You have cankles?
It's just straight.
Is that right? You have cankles?
Yeah.
Well, you need big ankles for hockey, right?
Well, you do. But anyway.
So you were genetically predispositioned to play in the National Hockey League. How glorious is that?
Apparently.
And you know Sidney Crosby.
Yeah, good friend.
Look in the YouTube, Chase. See the monitor up there? Joey Vitale's Orange Scully's in there. He says, "I can die a happy man. I'm overjoyed."
Wow.
Look at that.
He had to have seen me wear it at one point.
Must have.
You can wear it for hunting. You can wear it if you're a Tennessee fan. What else? If you're picking up trash on the side of the highway.
Oh, Doug, it's a diversified
Have you ever
hat.
had to do that?
I've never done that. No.
That's working off prison time, right?
Must be. I wouldn't know.
Jackson, you were going to give the listeners the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month in this very segment, as it is 8:05 in St. Louis, Missouri. And Joey's going to be with us for the 8 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. And it is my pleasure to yield my time to the gentleman from Ladue, Horton, Watkins, Jackson Burkett, with our Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month for December 2024. Doug? Jackson Burkett.
Okay.
The Papal Conclave convened. We came out with a winner. The winner for the month of December 2024, Ray King.
Ray King!
Wow.
Congratulations.
What did he do to get this?
He ended Matty Mock's career.
Yeah, and he was voted the winner.
10 years ago.
He was voted the winner.
How can anyone other than Buck Swope win when he wins email of the day almost every other day? He
Because
listens to the entire show.
You can't win twice in a year. That's the reason.
That's it?
Yeah.
It's a straightforward answer, though.
I mean, it's simple as that.
Why
He was
can't
not
you?
eligible. Just believe me, baby. You can't win twice in a year. It's the rule. When when your boss says you can't win twice in a year, do you go, why? Do you just say okay?
But none of our bosses ever came down with that sort of ruling.
That's exactly what happened. That's what they told me.
Really?
Yes.
Jackson's just following rules. He doesn't want to be terminated for insubordination. He wants to be terminated for his Sports Center updates.
That I'm okay
Well,
with.
that could happen. Yeah.
I can rest my head easy on that.
Joey, it's unfortunate. I open up this Air Comfort Service text inbox, and the first thing I see is, Joey tried any funny business with Tim's wife lately. That's from Marcia's burner.
Gosh.
That's the kind of thing that they're texting in.
Zippergate. It was Zippergate.
Zippergate.
That was a party that the rest of us weren't invited to?
Yes, that's correct. Zippergate.
And you claim is because we don't have any kindergarten kids at St. Peter's.
Yes.
But there could be other reasons?
That's the only reason.
Okay.
It's the only reason.
It's the only reason.
I can vouch for it. It was only school children's parents. This wasn't Studio 54.
Okay. All right.
No more funny business. No. There's been zero funny business since. Did she end up fixing the zipper? I meant to ask you.
She came down and she goes, "This is what I was talking about. You see how tough this is? But you look at my hands, Joey. I look like a little dinosaur with T-Rex arms.
He's got little pincers.
I can't.
Wait, so she showed you the shirt after we talked about it?
Yeah, it's like we were trying the case. And
so
we were
I wasn't
litigating
making it up.
No, she did confirm it. She said, "Now I feel weird that I asked him to help me with the whole thing." I said, "Oh, you were the one who was active in this."
Oh, you feel weird?
Yeah.
You called me out on my show.
Almighty.
And you're my wife.
Yeah, Doug.
Doug, you need to keep your hands to yourself.
Okay, sorry. But you couldn't help her, Tim, because of your pincers?
That's correct. I have these, Joey, look at these tiny little hands.
No,
I can
your
barely,
hands are fine.
I need two hands to lift up my phone. Otherwise, I have one hand.
Take your shirt off.
There's Dylan Holloway. I saw you skating around with the boys on, what was that, Monday night at Wrigley
buzzing
Field?
around. I was
watching that. That's a great video on the Blues YouTube channel.
It was really fun. It was great to be out there. I brought my son with me, so he tagged along for the trip.
How great is that?
Yeah, Harper joined me, so it was wonderful. And he pretty much just, during the game, was up at Wrigley Field doing his thing and bouncing around between restaurants, I guess. And we had a little warming area for the family, and he had a single seat, and he's 12, which, maybe looking back, hindsight 2020, that was maybe not the best situation, but he hung in tough and he enjoyed it.
Oh,
but
I
the
bet
family
he
skate
did.
was great. Family skate was awesome.
That had to be awesome.
Great to see the wives. Gave them some
there
camera
it is
time.
again.
Oh, sorry.
Gosh.
Doggone it. What is
You're the
with me?
zipper
I have
checker
a
for
thing.
everyone, I guess.
Yeah, my goodness. Doug.
Anyway.
This is cuck season around here.
It is. It is good to see the wives because it is a good reminder of everything they do. I mean,
behind every great professional athlete is a wonderful lady. Doug, keeping the fire on the home front?
Yeah. And the fellow who just called from Festus, his wife is even gathering the firewood.
She's gathering
Your wife
the
ever
fire.
do that? Gather the firewood for you?
No, but I need her to. I'm working on it. It's getting cold this week. I'm putting up an outdoor rink, so we're going to
Are you going to do the outdoor rink?
We're doing the
again?
ODR. It's already filling up as we
is
speak.
that right?
ODR is filling up. Went to K&K the other day. Wonderful people at K&K in Fenton.
Yola.
Yeah,
Shout out K&K. Hopefully they're a sponsor. If not, they should be.
Yola.
Now, do you build this yourself, or do you bring in? Oh, you do it yourself?
Yep. This year I'm doing PVC pipe. Get yourself some 4-inch PVC pipe, 10-footers from Home Depot. $27.99 on sale right now.
What do you need the pipe for?
Is Home Depot a sponsor? They should be now.
Yola.
It's the pipe. Well, you need to build a frame. So I built a 50 by 30 frame out of 10-foot PVC pipe.
Okay.
I got 4 elbows because obviously that creates
for
a
the
rectangle
corners.
for the
Right.
corners. So it's
Yeah.
four.
The greasy areas, Doug.
Yeah, that's right. We're in the corners. And then you just get a big piece of white poly from my good friends at K&K, once again. Rodney, a guy named Rodney helped me out yesterday.
Rodney did?
Awesome
Rodney's
guy.
getting a shout out.
He even gave me a little discount. He called it the friendly discount.
Oh, imagine that.
Yola.
And so you put the visqueen or the plastic wrap on right on top of the grass.
Right on top of the grass, and then the PVC pipe
piping
is
on
a
the
frame.
outside.
It's just a frame. It just holds the water in.
Yeah.
Anyone can do this. If you want to do even a 10 by 10 pad, just get yourself some PVC pipe, make a little rectangle, fill it with the white. Now it's got to be white. I made so many mistakes with my ODRs. It has to be white because the sun's a bit of a bugaboo when it comes to ODRs.
And the white will deflect it.
White will deflect it.
Okay.
And when you're filling it, that's the key. You got to get all the leaves out of there. If there's a leaf in there, don't let it freeze because then the sun, again, it's going to hit it like a laser. When the sun comes out eventually, it'll just put a hole right through the ice.
Now, why doesn't the water seep underneath the PVC pipes?
Well, because the plastic. It's waterproof plastic.
You put that hook it around the pipes.
I lay the plastic flat, and then it goes over the PVC pipe. So it keeps it all in.
Man, these are good construction
They
tips,
really,
Doug.
I
So
love construction tips.
where is the rink going to be?
I just put it in my front yard. It's the flattest spot.
Yeah.
Everywhere else is too much. The hills, again, no good. Because if you have too much weight in one corner, it'll just blow the corner open.
So all the neighborhood children come and gather and skate like a Charlie Brown special?
I've never done it at this house. I did it at my previous house.
How many houses this guy got, Doug?
Many once.
Well, I have a carport.
So this is my previous. Martin Kilcoyne, the great Martin Kilcoyne, he did an interview with me outside. This is my old home.
Yeah,
we did it right.
That's a nice looking rink.
Looks like a
Jackson, that's what a hockey rink looks like.
See what I can do.
Yeah,
Does that work?
it looks like a basketball court.
Is that working on the camera?
It looks like a basketball.
It was a basketball.
Yeah, it looks like it was put right on top of a basketball court.
Yeah, and then we made it a hockey rink.
That makes sense.
Like I felt like Happy Gilmore, like take off the little golf guy, put a little hockey guy.
What about the corners though? Isn't that like if you have a sharp corner there, does that make for kind of a difficult
It does.
endeavor?
You got to be careful in the corners.
Yeah.
You better be careful in the
Do you go
corners.
out there and skate around and take the kids' measure?
I'm mostly the maintenance guy. Maintaining an outdoor rink is work. I mean, it is.
You on the bony? You on the bony?
We don't have a boner, no. We have...
Cut that off.
Sorry.
Snag that audio.
We have a T pipe. A big, long T pipe.
Yeah.
So it goes straight down. You hook the top to the hose. Long T. At the bottom is the T portion. And then you drill holes about every 6 inches in the bottom. Mm-hmm. And then you wrap a long towel with zip ties in the bottom. So the hot water, I run it through my house from the laundry room. So basically there's hose all winter through my house. My wife loves it. It's so fun. The windows are open, snow's all over the house.
Oh, gosh.
And then there's no hot water.
Because you've used it all. Why does it have to be hot water?
Well, so you got to be hot because you have to melt the surface for it to reseal. If it's cold, it's just going to freeze automatically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy knows what he's doing, man.
I'm telling you, I've made a lot of errors in my ODR days.
I'm telling you.
Gosh.
Guys, I'm sure the HOA loves Joey. That's from Mr. Bojangles. Is there an HOA over there?
There's no HOA in my house. Just some honoring neighbors.
How rough is this on the lawn? That comes from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully in your comfort service text
It's
inbox.
my wife's lawn. She does the lawn in the summer. So
It's probably dormant. So, yeah, it'll be all right.
Apparently it's dormant. Apparently once it's dormant, then you take the plastic off and
It'll be all right.
in the spring. It should be fine.
It'll bounce right back.
It's all about the memories, Doug. That's what I keep telling myself.
Right.
They're justified.
And can't take a hot shower all winter because of this?
There's no hot showers anymore. No.
Oh, water.
But I did drain. But I was gracious enough to do it on the grass this time. Last house I saw you picture, that was in my driveway.
That was in the driveway, not allowing the family to use the driveway.
That's right. That's right. You had to park on the street.
My wife had to park on. She was 8 months pregnant.
You're a man's man.
It builds character at the end of the day, and it's about the memories. And here we are still talking about it. So it's
you're lucky you didn't sleep on that ice rink.
I did some nights. But I'll build a fire and it'll be fun. With it being so cold, we got to find ways to get through the winter, as they say.
So you got a rink. You got a rink, and the kids are going to play on.
I got a frame.
You got a frame,
and it's basically a frame of a water. Think about ODRs, Doug. These things kind of unfold. You don't really create them. There's so much out of your control. The weather, the wind.
Right.
This snow on Sunday. This is going to be a nightmare for ODRs.
What the hell's an ODR?
It's an outdoor rink.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't put it together.
He's been talking about this the last
I knew we were talking about the rink, but then you said ODR.
I was thinking optional OTAs. I miss the Rams.
Yeah.
You got to blow all the snow off.
I bet.
You can't let the snow settle.
Guys, Joey is the St. Justin the Martyr GOAT. You are the greatest of all time from St. Justin the Martyr?
I don't know. John Kornfeld. We talked about him once on the show.
Doug,
Mark Kornfeld was
Justin grads.
A couple of my neighbors went there, but I don't know that they'd make it on the Mount Rushmore.
Wow, you're not high on your neighbors, huh?
Well, they weren't professional athletes or anything.
Everybody's a professional athlete at St. Gabriel based on the NIL that we set up.
He's aggressive NIL.
Hey, EDF is a great sponsor of the program. Doug's got the mittens right over there, and man, does he ever have some takes this morning on now that you know what ODR stands for, outdoor rinks.
Sorry.
EDF, a great sponsor of the program. They sponsor Doug's mittens. That's the EDF group. And if you're watching on YouTube, Doug's waving them around at youtube.com/TMASTL. EDF, do you want to support the EDF group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF group's hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Joey Vitale, Robert Thomas is going to join us next. How about that? We get to talk it over with Robert Thomas with a credible hockey person in the studio, Doug.
That'd be nice.
That'll make. I think he's conveyed to Cam that all of our billet mom talk has become something he's having to navigate every time he calls into this program. So maybe you can help.
Robert might be able to shed some light on the billet mom.
Well, we've asked him about 4 weeks in a row. And
I think we keep
dodging
going.
him.
Stonewalling. I think we keep. It's like keep chiseling away. Eventually, we're going to crack.
See if we can get him this time. Robert Thomas next here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, and Joey Vitale is in studio with us. Doug, you see him on your...
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, Joey.
He's wearing the orange Scully.
Hey, guys.
You can watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. It's our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Thomas. Morning, Robert.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
Well, we have a little credibility in here today with Joey Vitale. How about that? Look at us. Look at us.
Joey V, what's up?
What's up, Rob? Hey, I was at Plaza Frontenac yesterday.
God, how many payola reads are there in this segment?
Yes.
I was at the Golden Goose store. Apparently, they said you were just in there.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I was last-minute Christmas shopping.
For your dad, they said.
Yeah, I had to get my dad a little bit more on trend. He keeps going in my closet and stealing my shoes. So,
shoes.
He did it on the game before Christmas, and I was like, all right, enough's enough. So I got him a pair of shoes.
Ultimate, not Reeboks, Doug.
I wouldn't think. No.
These are not Reeboks. These are nice shoes.
What kind of shoes are they?
These are called Golden Goose.
Golden
shoes.
Goose.
They're Italian. That's all I need to say.
Italian loafers?
They're just Italian.
Are they?
Very nice.
Okay.
What were you doing in there?
I was returning mine. I have some Golden Gooses that the lettering's like popping off in the back. Oh. I said, that ain't gonna fly.
So what do you mean? You wore them around and then you took them back after the lettering started popping off?
Yeah, so the letterings
what
are popping off.
What kind of operation are you running?
I don't know. I was like,
and they took them?
I'm Italian. I went with it.
I'll wear them for a year and then I'll take them back. What a program this is. Anything else while you were Plaza Frontenac, Joey? Any shopping?
I think that is it. Other than Robert, where do you get your pants? For heaven's sakes,
my pants.
Yeah, I always ask hockey guys that question because we were talking about
like jeans or everyday pants.
Jeans. Where do you get your jeans from?
I usually order them online, but I got to get them hemmed because you got the big thighs and the big butt, and my legs are short, and the deal. But I usually get them from Page.
What? That's my question. I'm like a 38 waist. I got to take in. What are the measurements for you? Because you're built like me and former teammate of mine, Sidney Crosby.
Oh, for heaven's sake!
How many times?
Stop it! We're good friends. Sorry.
I'm a 34.
All right.
34 waist.
Bring it up a couple inches on the length.
All right.
Or you just got to roll in. Those are the.
I've got like a 22-inch inseam.
Have you really?
I mean, it's brutal being part of the Lollipop Guild.
Hard to find those pants? You just shop in the kids section?
You just go to Bugle Boys for 6-year-olds. And the next thing you know, they fit perfectly. Robert, before Joey weaves in another unpaid sponsor into the show, let me ask you about the Winter Classic. A couple things. Number one, the game, sick, incredible performance. That had to add to it. But just the overall experience at Wrigley, what stands out to you? Perhaps some of the things that we didn't get a chance to see from watching the game.
Yeah, I think the whole experience was amazing. Obviously so cool being in Wrigley Field. They really threw us behind the 8 ball with all those stairs. That was pretty painful. But to be honest, things that I probably will remember most, I thought the anthem was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
That was really well done. Just standing there, I think all of us were talking about it after we had goosebumps, and it was one of the more unique experiences that I think I've been a part of. Obviously, throughout the game, we played really well as a team. It was really nice that a lot of guys got to contribute and spread the love, and I think those are really important things, especially as we kind of turn the page into the new year and have a big stretch coming up. A lot of guys are feeling good and confident, and that's a huge part of the experience too for everyone to be a part of it. So it was a great experience. I couldn't be more happy with how it turned out, and definitely one thing that I'll remember for the rest of my life.
I saw the video of everybody struggling to get up and down the stairs. Is it not possible to take the skates off as you navigate the stairs, or is it just too big of a hassle to keep taking them on and off?
Yeah, it's definitely talked about. But, yeah, honestly, there's only probably 2 guys that take their skates off in the intermission, and those stairs were exhausting enough to then take off your skates and put them back on. That's too much work.
Huh. Robert, you mentioned about getting through this, and obviously it's a wonderful memory, the heavy travel in November and December. And then obviously there's just a lot of buildup to this Winter Classic. Now that this is all behind you guys, is there a sense for you and this team that, okay, we can turn the page on the travel, turn the page on the Winter Classic. Now we're at home. Now we have some big games coming up. Here's the month of January. Is there a sense of new revived energy, if you will?
Yeah, I think so. I think, I think the Winter Classic brought a lot of energy. It's obviously the build-up and with all the families and stuff was really exciting. And then you go out and you have a performance like that and, really bring a sense of pride into our locker room. And I think even just yesterday, we had so much energy out there in practice, and I think guys are feeling really good and excited. We got a big stretch of games here, 2 on the road and then 5 or 6 at home, and guys are really excited to get back home. Especially, not to keep bringing up the Winter Classic, but the amount of Blues fans that showed up there was amazing. I mean, you couldn't hear too much noise from the ice because it was so far away, but you could hear the Blues chants. You could hear the towel man getting everything going. That's brought so much energy, and we're excited to be back at home and playing in front of our fans for a good stretch of games.
Love to hear that you guys were aware of it and excited to hear it, and then the energy that you guys had at your skate yesterday. This really is a hell of an opportunity. I would imagine another part of it is, and it's not to say, we're looking ahead and the schedule's lighter, but from an opponent standpoint, Robert, but it's about all the travel that you guys had from the end of November really into Christmas. I mean, that was a brutal stretch, and now you can kind of settle in after, as you made reference to, a couple of road games, and then you have a good run of home opportunities. Do you think that factors into the team's mindset at this particular point?
Yeah, I think when you kind of look at the schedule, there's areas where, hey, it's going to be a grind, we're not set up for success, and then there's areas where you feel like you're set up for success. And this feels like an area where we are, and we really got to capitalize on it. It's a big part of the season where you can really make a push and put yourself in a good situation, and we feel like our schedule is favored for that. So there's no excuses. It's time to go, and that's our mindset and our energy right now.
Yeah, you're still just 4 points out of a playoff spot with half a season to play, so no matter what's gone wrong before now, you got all kinds of time to make it right and get in.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of want to it's more so getting the team on a roll, getting consistent every night. Our details have gotten a ton better, and it's made a big difference. And making those, even when we lose, close games and games that we feel like we should have had a better result. And that consistency is going to be the most important going through this stretch.
Robert, what I got for you is you get not called upon to be the Four Nations representing Team Canada, which will happen next month. Not out of the question yet. If there's ever an injury, obviously a lot of people have been talking about the way you've been playing, especially lately. You will be that first call. I could ask Sidney Crosby, my former teammate, if he
what
could
in the world?
milk an injury or something for you. I have his number anyway. But my question to you is, ever since that snub, if you'll call it, walk me through the experience of when you found out you're not going to be on the team, because your game, to me, watching every game, obviously, it has done nothing but just go skyrocket up. So what about that process? Did that have an impact, or is this just luck of timing?
Little bit of both. Obviously, really frustrated. My injury was a big part of it, and nothing you can do about that. But it's something that going into the season, I really had my eyes on, and I think it was more so timing than kind of out of the other way. But the first 7-8 games, then I got hurt, and really got into the flow of things when I came back. So I think that's more so what's been going on.
Robert, final question for you here. It comes from a former teammate of yours. So this is another NHL representative, Doug. Daddy Padre, former Blues.
Didn't play in the league.
Former Blues backup.
Couldn't play in the league. Couldn't play in most Huff and Puff league.
Former Blues backup goaltender, also known as the emergency backup goaltender. He says, ask Bob if he downed that glizzy he made for Biz on TNT. That's from Daddy Padre, former Blues netminder.
That's a lot of jargon.
No, I was not touching that one.
No glizzy from Busy. Robert, always enjoy the conversation. Best of luck this weekend. Senators tonight in St. Louis, off to Columbus tomorrow. Robert Thomas here on 101 ESPN. Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Take it easy, man. There he is. That's Robert Thomas with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines.
We've asked some players some strange questions in the past. We've never really explored where did you get your trousers.
I like the conversation. I like the conversation.
It's a fickle little business.
It's hard for hockey players?
Well, yeah, because the waists are relatively narrow, but then they just go whoom
with the thighs.
Whoom.
That's the common body type for an NHL player. Is that right?
For the most part,
really?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Butts and well, think about it. I mean, just those are the muscles
that you're always working
non-stop. Have you ever seen Austin Matthews?
Doug, have you ever seen Austin Matthews?
I haven't seen him naked. No.
Look up Austin Matthews.
Tell me what to do.
Butt. And then let us know what you think.
Just look up his thighs,
will
you please?
Austin Matthews.
That's correct.
Buttocks.
Yes, that's
or
correct.
thighs.
Wow, you really are doing it. I like that. That's good for you. That's sporting of you.
Okay, Matthews.
Doug's is the 10, and that's kind of the scale you judge other butts off of.
Okay. Okay. I'm not sure I spelled it right.
That's a nice hole, Bill.
Okay.
While Doug's doing this, I'll tell people about 100 West Dental. They are a paid sponsor, unlike like numerous businesses who have been. You would have loved the KFNSer.
Oh my goodness! It does look like he's wearing butt implants.
Is that right?
Yes.
Look at these things.
He's on the Keisha Gray plan.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Tip of the cap. Doug, that just blew out your desktop.
Yeah.
I think Hubbard shut it down. Emergency.
No.
Doug Vaughn has just typed in Austin Matthews' buttocks in the 101 ESPN studio.
Well, I said
shut the computers down.
HR may be coming in.
HR is coming in. Doug, we're surprised we have to do this, but we're going to have to ask you to stop typing us in the 101 studio. 100 West Dental is online at 100westdental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor. And if you are interested in Invisalign, mention my name. You get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner. It can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. And if you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com. So McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Joey Vitale with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Joey Vitale in the studio here in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Action Jackson is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt Manning, the Collier and Thompson phone lines, which you are welcome to participate in by calling 314-974-0101. Joey, you're looking at the YouTube chat. You see the tunneling gerbil is in there talking. And he says, damn it, I missed some good stuff. It seems shouldn't have forgotten my earbuds on my walk. So the tunneling gerbil was out for a walk without his earbuds.
Chilly.
Yeah, chilly walk. Chilly walk. Yeah, they're active in that YouTube chat. They just sit there and they watch the show and they talk it over.
Isn't that amazing?
And somebody came up with the name Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
I think it's when you sent me a picture of you with the mustache.
Yes.
That you had carved, and you were wearing the Orange Scully in the picture.
That's what it was.
And I think we commented on the Orange Scully, which I love, by the way.
Thanks, man.
I like the way you're wearing it just right, where it's kind of back.
That's enough.
Well, it's lower, like towards the neck and the back, and higher up in the front. That's the correct way to wear it.
Is it the correct way?
You don't want it flush with the eyebrows. Yeah. No, you're looking good.
Well, it's got to cover the ears to serve its purpose, right?
Certainly. But he's got headphones on, cans.
Okay.
You have to bring it up a little bit. There's no ball on top, too, which I like. It's easy for my headphones.
I kind of like the fuzzball, though, on the stocking cap.
You like it? You know why they have fuzzballs on stocking caps?
I bet you do.
I do.
Do you really? Man, you are full of fun facts. What do you got? What is this? I can't wait to hear it.
Easy to take it off. Makes it easier to take.
Yeah, now, come on. Why do they have those little fuzzballs?
Because it's easier to take it off.
No!
What is it?
They were started because the sailors and the submarines would wear these hats, and the ceilings were so low, so they always bang in their head. So they put a little pad above their hat, like a little cotton ball.
And so they could feel that they were close to the...
Well, if they just stood up, instead of banging their head, they would cushion.
A little buffer.
Buffer it.
That would have impacted me.
Yeah.
That would have been just fine.
You could have done a broad jump.
It's been just fine.
So now it's the style. Now everyone's doing it.
I didn't know that.
Everyone's doing it now.
You just come up. How do you find this crap up?
I don't know. Some stuff just
you sit around and read all day?
No, I mean I can't pay a bill. I can't fix my toilet.
Right.
But I can remember that.
It's like you watch National Geographic while you sleep, and it just all retains in your head.
I just am like Tractor Beam when those shows come on. I just hooked on them.
Well, remembering it's the hard part, because we've probably all been subject to that at some point, but it's hard to remember it when you need it. It is for me anyway.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I've kind of reached the point where my brain has taken in all it's going to take in at this point.
Okay. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm getting close.
Learning new things. If you learn something new, something old's got to go.
It's got to go.
Yeah, there's only so much space in there.
In with one, out with another.
That's right. Okay. Yeah. It's like memory on a computer. You got so much. And when it gets filled up, that's all you got. Nothing else is going in there.
Gotcha.
Joey,
is that a new report?
What was New Year's like for the Vitale family?
I was in bed by 9. I was in.
Is that right?
I was in Chicago for the Winter Classic.
So you guys didn't come back?
No, we stayed the night. The night, and there was a great event the Blues put on at the Four Seasons there, and
really
Harper, my son and I, we got room service. We got a burger. We got some fries.
Oh my!
He ended up watching this rock movie. It's a movie with The Rock in it.
Jackson will know. He owns the website goodorbad.com.
Red one?
It's where they're robbing eggs, like big gold eggs, like 3 eggs. Ryan Reynolds.
Oh, I don't know.
It's relatively new.
Red one.
Come on,
is the
Jackson,
one.
let's get going here with goodorbad.com.
Yeah. Well, The Rock has
it's
been...
It's not an art house picture, Jackson.
I was going to say, The Rock has been colder than ice
We
recently.
had a conversation. I went out with a couples night like 4 years ago, and this question came up like, hey, who is your like celebrity crush? And went around the table. My wife said The Rock. And I'm like, I look nothing like The Rock.
No, not at all.
Not even close.
Not really, no.
Like, if you said, like, Ryan Reynolds, okay, I can see.
Red Notice?
I see that.
Is it Red Notice?
It's like you were separated at birth.
Yes.
Red Notice? Is that the film? Yeah, it's Red
Notice.
Red
Yes.
Notice, yeah.
Was it good or bad for Jackson's website?
Bad.
You've seen it?
No, I just know it's bad.
Well, how do you know?
It was good.
Joey says it was good.
I'll watch it now, but the cast is not saying it's going to be very good.
What's wrong with the
Ryan
cast?
Reynolds in it.
Who's in there?
Yeah.
My twin.
Yeah, that's Exhibit A. Dwayne
Wow, Ryan Reynolds is
He's
taking
a
a shot.
good actor.
when he tries, but he doesn't try.
This
Now,
guy's
what does
an
that
elitist.
mean?
Van Wilder? Come on.
Yeah, that was back when he tried.
Oh, you don't think he tries anymore?
He's got Deadpool, Mint Mobile money, Wrexham money coming in. He doesn't need to try anymore, and that's fine. Make your money, but Try.
Wow.
Jackson.
I used to, Deadpool 1 was awesome, and then he stopped trying.
You're saying after these guys have a successful movie, they stop trying?
No, I didn't say that. I said Ryan Reynolds stopped trying. I didn't say these guys. I said Ryan Reynolds. You're trying to broaden it. See,
I thought you mentioned a couple other names as well.
No wonder you're not back at Channel 4 with all these leading, leading questions and nonsense.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm just kidding. I love Doug. Doug tries. Doug still tries. Doug's my guy.
Was that a shot at me and Joey?
No, that was a shot at Ryan Reynolds.
Is this because I bring my laptop in?
Well, Doug's reached the peak, and he still tries day in and
Doug,
day out.
what was it like to reach the summit?
I never reached any summit.
Feels like you have.
Oh. Maybe to you.
For any future listeners who get room 1203 at the Ritz, let me know if you find my magic wand behind the dent in the headboard. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, Doug. I guess something happened there.
A magician, or?
She left it behind.
That's room 1203 at the Ritz-Carlton. Get this cuck off the air with that take. That's from the 314. Somebody passionate about the Ryan Reynolds take.
And I want to be clear. I really used to love Ryan Reynolds, and I still probably would like some stuff he's in. Deadpool and Wolverine was a travesty. That should be buried at the bottom of the ocean.
Wow.
But to say he's not trying.
Because
maybe he just got a bad role.
Well, he's stuck in it.
I'm just thinking
superhero fatigue, I guess.
The space in your brain. Wouldn't you love to have an opinion about an actor about not trying?
Right.
I don't have room for that.
I would never even think to bring that up.
Because he's really
What are you more passionate about, the NBA or film?
Depends on the time of year. It truly does. It truly
Straight answer on
No,
this guy.
because it's true. Because right now, I'm very passionate. We're getting into the start of award season. I've seen a lot of things so far this year. I'm passionate about that. Come April and May, when the NBA playoffs roll around, I'm much more passionate about that.
And the Stanley Cup playoffs.
That too.
Mm-hmm. Petro for the Oilers.
Is he still on loan with the Oilers?
No, you got that wrong last time I was here.
Now I'm at a point where I don't know which one he's actually on, the bid has gone so long, I'm not sure which side he's actually on. I think he's still at VGK.
You really get excited about the Hollywood Awards season?
I find it interesting. Yeah.
I got to tell you, I'm looking forward to the Golden Globes on Sunday because of Nikki Glaser.
Yeah.
That's my reason.
For that reason. No other reason.
I don't even know what's nominated, but I'm looking forward to seeing her performance, see if she goes Ricky Gervais.
Yeah, that's the only reason I'm excited to watch it. The nominations are oh my God.
The Ricky Gervais, that was the last time I watched the
All-timer?
Globes. That was, you can never top that.
That was right before COVID, and he just lit it up.
He
Doug,
knew.
he lit it up.
He sure did. God bless him.
That's how you go out, though. I told Curbs all the time, I'm never going to quit. I'm getting fired. We're going to go out with a bang.
You and Kerber are just going to torch the booth one
I'm
night?
just going to say exactly what I think about that back check. And the person...
Kelly Chase came pretty close to saying exactly what he thought.
Yeah, he did. He
lasted
walked the
a long
line.
time doing that.
He walked the line. I talked to Chaser a couple days ago. He's doing well.
Oh, I'm telling you, man.
Wow.
He sounded great on Tuesday when we talked on Tuesday.
Good.
My goodness, he sounded great. I was so happy to hear that because he was really going through it last week.
Yeah, he was.
He is trending upward, and he's got such a good attitude about the situation.
He does.
How about the shout out from Gretzky? I know you were on the call, but on TNT, Gretzky went out of his way. John Hamm and a bunch of people were in 39 jerseys up at Wrigley Field.
Yep, John Hamm was there. He obviously a huge fan of Saint. I love his support. It's so
he's passionate, man.
Dude,
that's not a song and dance. That's a real thing.
And he makes a scarf look good on a guy. I tried wearing he wears these blue scarves.
Yeah.
It's he looks great.
Does he really?
I cannot do that.
You can't do the scarf?
No, my body. Remember we talked about
it goes back to the body type?
My cankles.
Your cankles impact your scarf?
And the fat ass?
Fat ass, yeah. Hey, I never said
Oh, I thought you were implying that.
You're right, Jackson. This is why you can't survive at Channel 4 anymore. I never said ass.
I know. It's all over the place.
We the parade in 19 brought my family on the float. Got all these photos, my wife, my kids with players, and my wife's like, I'm gonna put up a little picture on Instagram.
Yeah.
When the day was over, I'm like, that's great. You got like 200 to choose from. Edit. She puts up one photo. It's of her and John Hamm.
Another cock situation.
I'm like, what's going on?
We're both couples.
What about your children?
Well, sometimes you get that information.
And of course, I'm
ways.
massively insecure because, John Hamm apparently,
Tell Doug, because
he's well endowed.
How do you know?
Everyone knows.
How?
It's known throughout Hollywood.
We have, fortunately, the owner of goodorbad.com here, and if you pay a special subscription rate, you get where Jackson rates the actors' endowments. Jackson, is that correct that John Hamm is well hung?
Oh, you're so massive. Yes.
Oh.
I mean, I'm sorry, but when you wear like linen pants like that, and the camera catches you, you can see, like, Joey's not wrong.
Yeah.
Where have you seen
it's
this?
pretty well known.
Where have you seen this?
You can. Did you type in Austin Matthews rear
It's
a
on the
second
same
ago?
site.
No,
Just go. Just go. John Hamm.
I don't want to.
Imprint. Yeah.
I'm already on
Doug's going to lose
probation.
his job
I'm on
today.
probation after the last Google search.
They shut your computer down. Joey Vitale's in studio. Magical 8 o'clock hour here. Fisher Window Endorse, our sponsor, the 8 o'clock hour. You're welcome to call in. Callier Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Text in Air Comfort Service. Text line 314-399-9646. And the YouTube chat is active as the day is long. YouTube.com/TMASTL. 271 friends of the Feather are in there talking it over, like John Scores and Ricky Summers and Tiny Pee and Dr. Xander Malanthrop. Is that correct, Dr.
I don't know the name.
Malanthrop?
I don't know the name.
Well, they're in there and they're talking it over. You're welcome to participate as well. YouTube.com/TMASTL. This is the Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Lakers defeat the Trailblazers last night, 114-106. 40 years old, 38 points for LeBron James. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
I mean, just breaking news here on the program with Joey Vitale in studio. Joe Theismann's going to be with us at 9:05.
Oh, wonderful.
This is a star-studded presentation,
Really?
Joey.
Lots of Joes. Sorry, I guess I'm the JV Joe. You'll have the varsity Joe here in a minute.
Oh, I don't.
Sorry.
Doug, would you say that?
No, you're at the same level.
Booked by producer Joe.
Booked by producer Joe. Joe Theismann with Joey Vitale, Notre Dame. Did you watch any of the? Did you get into college football?
I watched a little bit of the game.
Right.
I watched the tail end of it more with the quarterback, the way he did the old John Elway helicopter at the end.
Yeah, he
to get
did
the
the little
first
John
down.
Elway
Man,
against the
you look-
Packers back in, Doug, was that 98?
I don't know the years,
I think it
Tim.
was January 98.
I don't know the years.
Yeah.
Packers and Broncos. Yeah, that was the helicopter.
My brother-in-law went to Notre Dame, so I like to think that I like to support
Is that
him.
right?
Yeah, Notre Dame people just bug me, though.
Oh,
Sorry.
my mom went to Notre Dame.
Sorry, she bugged me then. I never met her, but she probably bugs me.
A little
She's
too
not
smart?
invited to the Christmas party.
Too smart?
No, it's just, I don't know, the bumper stickers and the shirts, and it's just like...
I think that the issue are the people who actually did go to Notre Dame who cheer like they went to Notre Dame. I think that's what irritates people.
Cheer for
and that's my
Merrimack.
dad. Cheer for Merrimack, Doug,
Yes,
if they get in the
please.
college football
Yeah.
playoff. Doug's a Merrimack Hall of
Alma
Famer.
mater.
Where's your sweatshirt? Wear your sweatshirt. And when
Well,
people say, hey, Doug, like, my years at Merrimack, just say it. Just say it.
I should. I went there 2 years.
Hall of Famer.
Probably learn to drive
I
a
don't know
car.
about a Hall of Famer at Merrimack.
Led to playing baseball in Missouri, though. How about that? This
Well,
guy's a legit
not
athlete.
Yeah,
You're the Merrimack goat. If I'm the St. John's goat,
David Freese?
David Freese went to Merrimack.
David
Played
Freese
baseball.
went to Merrimack?
Yeah.
Boy, there's something in the water over there at Merrimack.
Yeah, there for a while it was kind of where you went as a baseball player to try to get drafted every year. If you went to a 4-year school, you couldn't get drafted every year.
Ah, makes sense.
So some of the top players went there for a year and then got drafted and proved their position. And moved on. It's not that way anymore. I don't think. It's not why I went there.
Why'd you go?
I went there because, I don't know, I just wanted to make the team. I wasn't worried about getting drafted. Just making the team was the thing. And it was pretty easy. And it was pretty easy.
That's what it goes back to on the whole thing. Joey, if you were watching the game yesterday, did you see the poor kid on Georgia who got in the referee's way and cost Georgia what would have been first and I think 10 inside the 15, and then they got a 15-yard penalty. That's an awkward spot. I don't know what would apply in the NHL.
Yeah, what would that apply to?
If somebody gets a penalty, and they're not really playing. But the poor kid, Parker Jones is his name, and I wonder if he's even going to return to campus.
I think
Athens.
the closest thing I've seen, I was in the minors where we're sitting on the bench, and if you watch players on the bench, knobs up.
Knobs up, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
Knobs up.
Knob of the stick.
Always have your knob up.
Yeah.
Not knobs down.
No.
Knob's got to be a 12. Keep your knob up. Because when the blade is hanging over the boards, that's where a puck could get hit. So when you clear it from your D zone, if it hits a stick on your bench, where does the faceoff go? It goes back to your zone. That happened in the minors once where we were always knobs up. Joey Haddad, I'll never forget it.
Joey
had
Haddad.
his blade. He never played a game after this.
Are you serious?
No, his career was over though. He never got a call again. His blade was up, hit a blade late in the game. It's a tie game. Faceoff goes back into our zone. Todd Reardon, who now is with Pittsburgh, won a cup with Washington, was fuming, but he kept it inside. And Joey Haddad started laughing. He's like, oh, he was a bit of a rockhead. Face off, back of the net, we lose that game. And Todd just lost it. So I would imagine innocent bystander on the bench, out of the play. Probably something similar to that.
Guys, to make matters worse, the only reason he's on the sideline is because his dad's a donor. That's from the 314. That's the first I've seen that. Have you seen that, Jackson?
I know he's a walk-on, but I don't know.
He's a walk-on.
But I don't know anything about that. His dad might be a donor, but I don't know if you can say, was it correlation and causation, Chairman?
Yeah, that's correct.
Doug, I didn't hear.
Yeah,
No, I didn't hear a word.
A lot of knobs and levers over here.
Joey, are you familiar with the hockey situation with the University of Denver and the UNLV club team?
Big upset.
How about that?
Huge. UNLV, that's obviously Vegas, right? Is that what, UNLV?
Yeah.
I saw the upside. I saw like 100 letters. I didn't even know who it was. It's UNLV.
Well,
so that's
4.
It's more than 3.
Potato, whatever. Anyway, so UNLV upset Denver, who were the national champions.
Yeah, last year's national champions, 5th-ranked team in the nation. But UNLV is a club team,
I don't get that.
albeit a very highly regarded club team that's looking to get NCAA eligibility.
So how do they play the national champions?
I don't think it was like a sanctioned game necessarily, because now Denver's not counting it on their record. They're trying to kind of wash that out a little bit.
Mike Caruso's son was a goalie for Denver.
That's right. Yes, indeed. Generous executive, Mike Caruso.
Big Jack. We get into back and forth all the time. He usually wins because he went to Denver. I never really won much at Northeastern. But, yeah, that upset happened. It's kind of like what Lindenwood does, where Lindenwood, obviously, they're D1 now, but you try to go up to these bigger schools and you get in. And it takes a couple wins to really get some attention.
Get things going.
So, but, yeah, shout out to them. That's incredible right there. And, you know, it goes to show you anyone can beat anyone on any given day, Doug. You ever heard that before?
I have not. I assume Sidney Crosby told you that?
No, I don't think that was said. That may have been John Hamm.
Okay.
Guys, I saw Canada eliminated from the World Juniors again. The USA is the king of hockey. That is from Tiny PP in the YouTube chat. How about that?
They got beat by Czech last night. Second year in a row, they got bounced by the Czech in that tournament. And they're not even going to medal. And this was up in Ontario, in Ottawa, who were playing tonight.
That's right, Blues and Senators.
I love it.
So what are your responsibilities here? Because you were telling us during the break, the boys were going to come back from Columbus, but because of the storm, going to head to Minnesota for the Tuesday night road game. Probably a smart move. That's astute. Do we give Mike Caruso credit for that?
No. No one knows what Mike does.
How often does a team go to Minnesota to get better weather?
That's a good point.
Nice, I thought it was a good take.
I like what you're leading on Camo V tonight, which Jackson says you're not worthy.
I don't work there, and I haven't been there for more than 3 years.
And it shows. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm doing this.
Yeah, you've gone rogue.
I don't know. I'm just like a fish out of the water over here.
Joey, great to see you as always. Thanks for coming in for the 8 o'clock hour, and it's wonderful.
Really appreciate you guys.
And you wore the orange Scully to the delight of the YouTube chat folk.
I'll wear it anytime I come in, and I really apologize about the sponsor issue there.
That's just payola.
I need to be sharper.
Yeah,
I need to be sharper.
Hey, you get free stuff over at Plaza Frontenac now for us. Though.
Best of luck with the ODR.
And I see that D'Angelo Hopkins, which is Chairman Kurt's name in the YouTube chat, just said he is ruggedly handsome. Who are you talking about, Chairman Kurt?
John Scores was accusing me of kind of looking at Joey like I wanted to do something to him.
What?
And I don't necessarily want to do anything to him, but I can appreciate a handsome man, and Joey's a good-looking guy.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
The bottom line is this studio is full of a lot of hot guys.
So we got our jobs.
Joey has great facial symmetry.
Okay, that's enough.
Look at me.
God, this is nice. Feeling good.
Yeah.
Can I stay for another hour? Me and Joe? Joe and Joe?
You and Theismann.
Hey, you, Joe. You go here. My turn. We'll go back and forth.
There he is. That's Joey Vitale wearing the orange Scully and getting flirted with by the gentleman directly behind him. That's Chairman Kurt. Doug, that's the program, and it's a wonderful little presentation.
I'm uncomfortable.
Jackson, who do I have to tell the audience about? I'm going to tell the audience about Schaefer Door Company, the sponsor of the podcast here. And if you have any garage door issues, you work with Jason Gosrow and the wonderful people at Schaefer Door Company online at schaeferdoor.com. That is schaeferdoor.com. You hear that garage door spring break, man, you're going to hear it probably over the next week. When it gets cold, that's when it happens. And that's when Jason and his team come on out there and take care of business. Doug, you've worked with them, and they were out there the day of. And
they were there lickety-split.
That's what they do. You go to schaeferdoor.com. That's SCHAEFER door.com. They set up a number for TMA listeners to call or text. That's 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door Company. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Joey Vitale in for the 8 o'clock hour. Chairman Kurt and Jackson Burkett with you. Joe Theismann, Notre Dame legend, joining us in a matter of moments. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. This is 101 ESPN. It's the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne vacationing, Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the program my biological father, Notre Dame legend, Washington. I mean, he's got it all going here because Jaden Daniels has his team going to the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Joe Theismann. Morning, Joe.
Hi, Timmy. How are you?
I am so happy for you. For my.
Thank you. One second.
What?
Hi, Doug. Okay.
Oh, hi, Joe. How are you? You're not my father.
Yeah, just for the record. Are you in New Orleans? I went to your Twitter feed to see if you were tweeting from New Orleans and the whole situation there, or are you watching it at home?
Yeah, no, we were there with all the craziness. We're still there, but it was like, I didn't tweet because I was so nervous. I was afraid my fingers kept moving all over the phone if I did something like that and wind up saying something. What an unbelievable football game.
I mean, yeah. There was so much from Notre Dame, both offensively, defensively, and then of course special teams with the kickoff return. What stands out to you most about it?
It was as complete a team victory as you're ever going to see. You know, obviously our defense that's what they've been all year. Riley Leonard has been what he has been all year. I think we threw the ball enough just to be able to not have them completely load the box. Riley made some great plays, but what gets lost in all this, and yeah, we got the great kick return at the beginning of the second half, but our field goal kicker has struggled, been hurt. All of a sudden he comes back. He makes 3 big kicks. And I don't think anybody's talking about that enough. Those 9 points, think of it, those 9 points, you got 7 from the kickoff return. You get 9 points from your kicker. You get a touchdown from the 12-yard line after recovering a fumble. I mean, it's just you look at every element of that game, and if you're a coach, you say, look, we need a team victory. This was a team victory. And by the way, sprinkle in Marcus's decisions to go for it on fourth down, to be able to run your punt team off the field, run your entire offense back out, set them up before the clock expires. I mean, that's great coaching and great discipline by the players. I am still euphoric today.
Understandably so, and I love hearing the enthusiasm. Mitch Jeter, the name of the kicker, a South Carolina transfer. I think South Carolina would have loved to have had him at times this year because they missed a couple of wins based on some field goal kicking issues, and he comes out there in a game that looked like every single point was going to matter, and he delivers. And then you also talk about Marcus Freeman. I think Marcus Freeman, I mean, you lived it, so you would know it, actually has played a role in many people around the country actually cheering for Notre Dame, a team that usually is oftentimes polarizing. And I think part of that is Freeman, and then part of that is some anti-SEC and people wanting to see Notre Dame beating Georgia. But a lot of that is people really like and respect Marcus Freeman. I'm sure you've gotten to know him well. What can you tell us about Notre Dame's head coach?
An incredible man. I think, listening to him speak after the game, the first thing he did was send his hearts and prayers, as I do mine today, to what happened in New Orleans, to the families who lost family members, to those who were injured. Our hearts and prayers go out to them, and it was a horrible thing. To keep your football team focused when you're going to play at 7:45 at night, then you find out you're going to play possibly the next day. It was still up in the air that they were going to play yesterday. So, how do you keep your team focused? How do you make sure that they're ready to go when the time steps up? Not only do you look at Marcus, but, Mike Denbrock, the offensive coordinator, Al Golden, the defensive coordinator, the entire staff. Leadership is an interesting concept, and I have the opportunity to do speeches and talk about it, but leadership is about the people you lead and hiring the right people to be able around you to be able to carry your message forward. And that's what Marcus has done. He's stable. He's solid. I've only seen him get upset once this year in a game, and it was a horrible call by an official, which college football seems to have a few of those every week. But he has a great cool about him. He's got ice water in his veins. He's not afraid to take a chance. He's not afraid to try something different. You want somebody who's a forward thinker. You want somebody that does that. Joe Gibbs was like that. Joe would come up on Wednesday afternoon. We'd come into our meetings, And Joe would have 5 plays out of a crazy formation. And it got you excited for Sunday because, for me anyway, I was curious when he was going to call it. And in Marcus's case, when you watch a Notre Dame game, and it's like, 4th and 2 from your own 45, first thing you say to yourself, is he going to go for it? Is he going to punt it? What's he going to do? I mean, it's just, I think it engages the fans that way too. Coach at Ohio State's been under pressure. Penn State's been under pressure. There's been coaches that are in this competition now where they've really been under a fair amount of fire, and that hasn't really happened with Marcus, nor should it.
It seems to me that the fan base at large in the country has kind of looked at Notre Dame with a suspicious eye ever since the loss to Northern Illinois. Like, well, they must not be very good. No matter what happened the entire rest of the season, people still didn't believe a whole lot in Notre Dame. You think they kind of use that to their advantage? That they're kind of playing with a chip on their shoulder at this point?
Absolutely. And I think Marcus let them know that, hey, people don't give us any credit. We are Notre Dame. We do, we're 13-1. We're going in. Let's say they were 10-1. They just don't give us a, you beat up Army was undefeated when they got to Notre Dame. That game was somewhat lopsided. Navy was undefeated when it got to Notre Dame. That was somewhat lopsided. Then we get the first round of the playoffs and play Indiana that had a heck of a year. All of a sudden, you handle that business, and everybody starts to take a step back and say, "Whoa, let's take another look at the University of Notre Dame. Let's take another look at how good this football team is." And like I said, yesterday was just a classic example of all 3 aspects of a game functioning and contributing to a victory.
Riley Leonard strikes me as somebody who is a textbook Notre Dame quarterback. Have you gotten a chance to get to know him and see what he has been able to do off the field to lead to the success for the Fighting Irish this year?
See, I think he's a textbook Notre Dame man. I really do. I mean, he professes his faith. He believes in these guys, and he's always got a smile on his face. I have had the opportunity to spend time with him. I think the world of him. Mike Denbrook, basically, who's our offensive coordinator, takes Riley's strengths and he picks the moment when to use them, when to run, when to try and get him outside, when to let him throw the football. He made some key throws in some of those drives that, again, nobody really talks about because that's not what we do as an offense. But, yeah, Riley's he's a special young man. And, like you said, this is the reason I came to Notre Dame. And here's the other thing, too, is he missed all of the spring because of an injury last year in the Notre Dame Duke game.
Yeah.
He wasn't.
Yeah.
He really, the 3 weeks off in preparation for this game, to me, or in the playoffs, really helped Riley Leonard more than anybody because he could continue to become more familiar with the offense and continue to grow in what Mike wants him to do. So, yeah, it's just I'm still flying around this morning, just excited as I'll get out. I guess you can tell.
Yeah, it's awesome to hear, Joe. It's great, man.
Is Notre Dame going to be able to hang on to Marcus Freeman?
Yeah, he signed a 4-year extension.
Yeah, he just signed an extension last week. Yeah.
That might keep him there till the next huge offer comes.
Well, he's got 2 years. He's got 2 years. I'm sure he's compensated very well. Don't know, don't care. But it speaks volumes for the person that he is. It's so there are some coaches in this league that just go from one place to another because the price goes up. That's not Marcus Freeman. He's committed to the university. He's committed to the young men that he coaches. He's committed to the staff, and they rewarded him properly. And now he gets a chance to build going forward. The other thing you think about, this is the 3rd different quarterback that they've had at the University of Notre Dame over the last 3 years. It's not like you've raised someone from a freshman to maybe a redshirt sophomore, and all of a sudden they played, like Bo Nix, playing 6 years, or different guys that have played in the league. You've got somebody who has come in and they've had to teach him the offense. They've had to teach him how to play the position. And in Riley's case, they never really had much of a chance because he was hurt. So that's one other element that you said, let's put a check mark by, way to go.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to be able to get to Miami next week?
working on it.
I would hope so. I would be heartbroken if you weren't able to be there. Penn State's a team. I'm sure you went up against them when you were at Notre Dame, and Penn State and Notre Dame played I think every year 81 through 89, and then that series continued into the early 90s, and that was kind of a tradition for the two teams to play. And then that series stopped. They played again in 06 and 07, but they haven't played in 17 years. Your thoughts on seeing the Nittany Lions in the semifinals, Joe?
Never really played. We never played Penn State. We were like Michigan State, Army, Navy games like, that was a lot of our schedule. The Purdue, LSU sometimes. But I just think, the Georgia game to me was a game of, okay, who's going to be able to do something that they haven't done a lot of? Figured, good defense. I mean, you look at Georgia's defense, 3 field goals. We score from the 12-yard line. We get a kickoff return for a touchdown. I thought Georgia's defense played very well. Their freshman quarterback, I think, looked very, very calm, very poised, made some great throws. Georgia dropped the ball a couple times. They missed opportunities to really make that game a lot closer than it wound up being. I was on pins and needles the whole game. They had people really running wide open on a number of occasions. So, you had concerns there. I think Penn State is not going to make those kind of mistakes. They've got the number 44. I can't think of his name, but,
the tight end,
Tyler Evans.
Yeah.
Tyler Warren.
Tyler Warren, I'm sorry.
Tyler Warren, he's a Swiss Army knife. He does it all for them.
Yeah.
And those, I'm sure the coaches are sitting there saying, okay, how do we start with this guy? And then, I don't see Notre Dame doing anything different than they've done. I believe we're going to try and run the football. We hope Jeremiah Love is okay. I don't know what his status is. That's, of course, a big part of the offense.
Yep.
And so, I'm sure we'll run the ball, and Riley will run the ball. We'll throw when we need to, and our defense is going to have to continue to do what they do. And here's an interesting thought about this is the Caesars Dome in New Orleans was an indoor game. You're going to be playing in Miami at night. Possibility of rain.
Yeah.
Don't know what the forecast is. It's going to be hot as heck. Who's going to be able to handle the heat? You got Penn State coming from the north. You got Notre Dame coming from the Midwest. Who's going to be able to handle the heat? We saw some of our guys, I think, wound up with a little bit of cramping. So as far as hydration, nobody will probably talk about it, but I think it's going to be a big part of this game. Can you stay hydrated? Can you stay on the field? And do you have the depth to be able to do what you need to do to win the football game?
As excited as you are, you think if you ask them, they might let you run on the field with the team at the start of the game, put on your old uniform, run out there?
Absolutely not. I would not even think about trying to take anything away from this group of men, this coaching staff. It's all theirs. They deserve it. They deserve to run out of that tunnel. They deserve to feel the excitement and the energy. They deserve the opportunity to go to the national championship. If I had a chance to get on the sidelines, the CFP is pretty tough when it comes to that. But as far as doing that, I've had my moments. I got to tell you, it's special, and I would never want to take anything away from those young men that are going to run on that football field and represent the University of Notre Dame.
I mean, you got a month. You get to lock in. You got Notre Dame in the semifinals. You got Washington in the playoffs. Jaden Daniels and everything he's doing. I mean, you're gonna be locked in, Joe.
I mean, it's been a great football month. I can tell you that. Just watching them against Atlanta. Talking Washington Commanders now, against Atlanta, against Philadelphia. Those were all nail biters as well. My wife's a wreck. Robin is absolutely. She is a total nervous wreck. This month's been very trying on Rob.
I'm telling you, man. Well, it'll be great next Thursday night. Two blue bloods in Notre Dame and Penn State, and then on the other side of the bracket, Texas and Ohio State with the right to go to Atlanta and play for the first championship of the 12-team playoff on Monday the 20th. Who will it be? Joe Theismann with us here on 101 ESPN. A very happy Joe Theismann, and I'm very happy to hear how happy you are. are, and I know many in our audience are as well. Joe, it's always great to have you come by the show. Thanks for joining us on short notice this morning. Super happy for you as well. Thanks for the time, man.
You bet, Timmy. Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe. That's Joe Theismann with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, giving his perspective on what took place last night in New Orleans.
I'd still like to see him run onto the field. I think that might be kind of cool to see lots of old players run on the field with their team, maybe in their period uniforms, a couple leather helmets.
He always had the one bar.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great to see those guys
one
go?
bar on the helmet. I saw at the game against Indiana. He was on the field with Bettis, Tim Brown. I'm trying to think. God, Golden Tate. Yes, I mean, this is when it's all said and done. You know, the 4 team. I mean, the one that stands out to me that got banged on the whole deal is Oregon. As far as the committee and the seating and the whole thing, for having an undefeated season and then having no matter what Ohio State or Tennessee in the second round, and it's nothing against Penn State. They didn't do anything wrong, but their pod includes SMU and Boise State. It's a little different program than, you know.
Yeah, and they fell so far behind so early. They had the look of a team that hadn't played in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
I think that bye really hurt them.
I wonder about that. Georgia's situation different because of the backup quarterback, but offensively, the thing that stood out to me, there's so much talent, there's so much size there on that Georgia offensive line, and Notre Dame was just able to pressure Gunnar Stockton. I mean, that was something that...
They got a good wide base, and they used short, choppy steps.
So you think it was the short, choppy steps?
I think it was.
That they were able to fire out of the good wide base?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm going to have to go back and look at the game film.
Yeah, you look at it.
And Arizona State on the targeting deal. But from a seeding standpoint, you know, I mean, I guess they started slow, certainly. And then in the second half, they got it going. And I think Boise State was closer in that thing than maybe the final score wound up being. I don't know how many people would share that opinion. I was emotionally invested in Boise State because of my financial interests. But, yeah, from the overall result... The result to have Texas, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Penn State, that's tough to complain about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess Oregon would be the only other team
that's the one
figure in.
I mean, Oregon should have had a similar kind of setup that Penn State did, and I do think that you're going to Greg Sankey. We'll have that story. Greg Sankey talked about the changes he'd like to see to the playoff after year one, but it is year one, and you knew that there were inevitably going to be some headaches. It's one thing if you stick with it and keep repeating it. It's another thing if you tend to it, and I think you'll tend to it. Either way, I'm intrigued to see also what the attendance will be like for these things, because they had some empty seats. New Orleans, that's an understandable situation, but they had empty seats at the Peach Bowl. They had empty seats at the Fiesta Bowl. Rose Bowl's a different set of circumstances. But how will these teams and these schools travel with, you know, short notice? I mean, you are coming from South Bend. Notre Dame certainly has a global alumni base, but you're coming from Pennsylvania and going down to Miami. Did you go to New Orleans? Are you going to make sure that you're there? Are you going, okay, well, we'll go to Atlanta if they get past, you know, I'm be curious to see how this goes. Texas playing in the Cotton Bowl, that's a different situation.
Yeah, that's a home game for them. But it's asking a lot of the fans.
That's what I'm saying.
Expensive flights this time of year, especially last minute.
Yeah.
Expensive hotels that will know that, we got a lot of people coming in, jack up the hotel rates. There's only so many fans that can do that and have the time off from work that can do it.
Yeah. And that, of course, played a role in why there were, I think they said about 15% missing yesterday from the Superdome, the 10% from capacity at the Peach Bowl, and I think about the same at the Fiesta Bowl. So, you know, something to monitor as you have more and more of these games week in and week out. Does that lead to more on-campus games? But that's where you get into the bowl conversation and the financial impact on that. Jackson, what do I have here to do? Design Air, Heating and Cooling. Sponsor the email today. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's Design Air, Heating and Cooling, online at DesignAirService.com. Look at the forecast, Doug. Not only do we have the storms that are coming in starting tomorrow, we have temperatures that are going to keep any precipitation that we have in the St. Louis area around. Doug, here is your low on Tuesday, 8.
8?
Doug, here is your low on Wednesday, 7.
I don't like it.
Would you like to participate in this SAT contest and give me the low on Thursday? If the low on Tuesday is 8 and the low on Wednesday is 7, what is the low on Thursday?
6.
Yes!
Look at me.
Yeah. Kirkwood Pioneers.
Yep. Merrimack Hall of Famer.
I saw a trend.
Okay, what do you think it is on Friday?
Oh, Friday, I'll say 17.
Yes!
Oh, I'm looking at the same app you are.
Well, just think, if the heating system's not working, you got problems, brother. That's when you go to designairservice.com and work with Seth Goldcamp like me and Doug do. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com, sponsor of our email of the day. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Big program here on the morning after. Joey Vitale in studio in the 8 o'clock hour, just joined by Joe Theismann, friend of the program, potentially my father. We're going to do a big biological test. Maury Povich is going to come in. We're going to do it on Valentine's Day.
Would 23andMe solve that without Maury?
Yeah, I think we could do that, but Maury Povich really loves the show.
Yeah, he does.
And he wants to come to St. Louis in February, he said. So.
And you'll be hearing, you are the father. You are not the father. It's one of the two.
That's correct.
Yeah. And then you break down, you run backstage.
Is he still doing that show? The Maury Povich show?
Gosh, he's got to be 90 at this point.
I think he's anchoring a current affair, if I'm not mistaken.
You guys want to guess on Maury Povich's age?
Doug just fired him.
82.
I'm going to go over 82 and feel good about it.
Hey, he's 85. You'll be turning 86 in about 2 weeks.
How about that?
And is he still doing the show?
I don't believe so.
Still married to Connie Chung?
Yes.
Also a friend of the program.
I don't know how much of a friend she is.
She is in the YouTube chat as John Scores.
Oh, okay.
So that's
I was unaware.
Interact with Connie Chung, youtube.com/TMASTL. Robert Thomas, Joey Vitale, Joe Theismann, all with us on the program. Martin's vacationing in the Hamptons. Doug Martin will be back on Monday.
Okay, well, that's good.
We'll have our first full dais since December 20th, I believe.
Yeah, right, because Doug was out 23rd and 24th. Yeah. Wow.
First full dais since December 20th.
Okay. Well, it'll be nice. It'll be fun. It'll be good.
Yeah,
It'll be pleasant.
We'll be nice and cozy. It'll be cold out.
Hey, right. Well, I don't even know if I wonder if we'll all be here on Monday based on this forecast.
Well, they used to offer to put us up at a nearby hotel.
Yeah, we all stay in the same bed.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we did though.
We don't.
It was two beds,
took them
but
up
there
on
was
the offer.
5 of us, so it was fun.
It wasn't that fun.
I had a good time.
I've never taken them up on that offer.
We can watch the Goonies.
I watched the Goonies this week with my son. I think I said that, though, didn't I?
We might have to.
My son was scared by sloth.
Hey, you guys.
Nice. That was pretty good. Look at you. Was that Mahomes or sloth?
I do good voice work. Mahomes is more Kermit. I'm here. I am here.
That's interesting. Your sloth was good, and it sounded like Mahomes, and your Mahomes was terrible and sounded like no one.
Because this is my Kermit.
Interesting. God, such a deep dive. Doug, it's a great time for the drops of the week, though, isn't it?
Well, it'd be a good time.
Yeah, drops of the week. Hey, and people want to know where we get our wares. Chairman Kurt's got the TMA hoodie on. I've got my TMA quarter zip. TMASTLshop.com. I was talking with that Mike Flanagan yesterday, who handles our merchandise, and he's going to design some new wares for us. Stocking caps, baseball hats. You good with that?
Yeah, I like hats better than
quarter
caps.
zips, hoodies, T-shirts. It's all there for you. TMASTLshop.com. Get on board with the program. Get on board with the merch. TMASTLshop.com. Jackson Burkett has your drops of the week.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Clip that off.
Man, I had some good time with some Bill Dad, so.
Dusty Spunk. Good to hear from him.
I just spray money all over the place every weekend.
That's right, buddy.
I was rocking guys, man.
Former President Jimmy Carter has passed away at the age of amazingly 100. He was not a great president.
I have a problem with decapitations.
I don't know. I think Benner's pretty good.
I said it. Come at me. Come at me. You don't want this.
Am I getting gagged?
Honestly, I might have one tonight. I might have 2 tonight, this. All right.
That was Drops of the Week.
Drop, down, drop. What was that final exchange?
That was between Biz and Patty Maroon, where he told, it seemed like maybe a producer cut the feed a little early, and so Biz was like, all right. And I really liked it. And I thought it was a fun
I thought they
drop.
were our drops, but you took a drop from another show.
I guess another television show.
Yeah.
That's I don't know.
Is that legal?
And I don't think it's illegal.
Okay.
So you might be terminated.
For what? Playing a drop
Sports
from
Center
a different
updates and
show?
drops.
But we played the audio.
Okay.
What's the difference
It's
there?
all right. I'm going to get it too today after what I looked up online.
That's true. The Austin Matthews butt pics. Hubbard Corporate immediately notified something's going on in St. Louis.
Right.
In studio, no less.
Yeah, that is tough. It's easy to localize it, too.
The grandfather is looking up Austin Matthews butt pics.
Well, I was told to.
It's true. They might get Joey on
the
that.
Blues broadcaster.
Yeah, who just got done doing some light Yola.
He did. Yeah, I think Joey worked in 3 sponsors that are not on the books.
You should look at those Golden Goose shoes, though. They're like...
The audience was not happy with Joey because they're $615 shoes, and they felt like they were being wealth shamed.
They are, and they look like they've, like, I guess that's the design, is that they look like they're already, like, worn, like they're beat up. Like, that's the look of them. They're, like, distressed.
I got a lot of shoes like that.
Yeah, I get the, high fashion, but I don't think that looks very good. It's my take.
But you do like Texas's uniform.
I do.
It used to be Red Goose shoes were good. Not Golden Goose, but Red Goose. Half the fun of having feet is Red Goose shoes. That was our commercial.
That's a nice slogan.
half the fun of having feet are Red Goose shoes.
What's the other half?
I don't know. That's up to you.
It.
Yeah. Well, that was just a jingle.
I've got Spurs.
I've got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle, ka, 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 as I go riding merrily along, ka, 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 ka.
The opposite side of change is the golden goose.
See? How about that? Stacy Surreal sucks. Worst assistant in the Kirby Smart era since Jim Chaney. Would bet Prod Joe agrees. That's Alan Dadeville, and Doug, he's working through his mourning process as his Georgia Bulldogs have been vanquished, and he's going after Stacy Surreals.
And what did he do exactly?
Jackson?
I don't know who Stacy Surreals is. Is that one of was that like their OC?
Stacy Surreals is the offensive line coach.
Line coach.
at Georgia.
Well, that game changes dramatically if that receiver just makes the catch on a bomb where he's wide open, hits him right in the numbers, and he dropped it.
Or if our guy doesn't, pick up 15 yards on that penalty.
Yeah.
That's our guy's Parker
Jones.
Parker Jones.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough.
He'll live with that his whole life. His whole life.
Yeah, that's a shame.
They used to, and I don't know if they do anymore, have a get-back coach.
Oh, yeah.
A guy who
Sean McVay has a get-back guy.
Look at me.
Now, Doug, you always like when there is outrage on Twitter or someone takes to social media, or if someone is facing backlash. Now, a cynic would say this is part of the 2025 media machine, engagement farming the public to create outrage over things that really are not that outrageous. Mm-hmm. But no, that's not what's going on. The New York Post says ESPN draws Sugar Bowl backlash for focusing in on Georgia's Parker Jones for sideline mishap. And I read, just posted this morning, perhaps Parker Jones didn't deserve this perp walk in a 13-point loss. You like that perp walk?
Might be overblowing it just a little bit.
ESPN drew criticism for singling out and focusing its cameras late in the fourth quarter on Georgia's redshirt sophomore cornerback who earned a penalty for colliding with a referee during the Bulldogs' 23-10 loss to Notre Dame in the college football playoff quarterfinal on Thursday night. Announcer Sean McDonough highlighted Jones' penalty with less than 2 minutes remaining before the camera then focused on Jones for a noticeable length. Quote, "It's actually effed that ESPN just focused in on Parker Jones 2 hours later like he was the reason Georgia lost." Barstool's Tate Moore wrote on Twitter.
Oh, Tate Moore, you don't want him unhappy.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
They need to play that every day at the University of Missouri Journalism School, at Northwestern's Medill School of Journalism, and at the Newhouse School of Journalism at Syracuse, because that sums up our industry. Jackson, one more time. You don't happen to have that drop available.
All right, play it one more.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
Okay. Because I have to come up with something, and this is what I've come up with.
I was wondering if a Take Smith would chastise ESPN for focusing on Parker Jones. The reality is unfortunate it was because he wasn't doing it with malice. This wasn't like a dumb penalty where somebody got themselves an unsportsmanlike. He was just excited on the sidelines. Mm-hmm. It could have been a variety of different players. So help me, I think it comes down to a variety of different factors. And I think if it was a different guy who wasn't a walk-on, who didn't have like the Bama bangs and wasn't named Parker Jones, that it would be a totally different deal. I really believe that. And if that makes me the bad guy, welcome to the bad guy.
Oh, well, they usually don't call it. You know, it's oftentimes...
Well, that's what Kirby Smart said. Usually there's a warning, a sideline warning.
They give you a guy a warning to get back because it's a safety issue for the ref, I guess.
They can hire
not looking sometimes at the players. He's looking at the play.
Right.
And so if he gets blindsided by a 300-pound player standing in the way, he could really get hurt.
You've always said the first base coach's main job is to scream, "Get back."
Get back! Yes, that's about all they do.
Right.
They'll take the padding that he wore at the plate, maybe the ankle pad or the elbow thing. But other than that, there's nothing to do except get back.
Yeah, so that they should hire a couple first base coaches. Mm-hmm. We'll have this issue.
Watch his move. Watch him get back. That's it. See, I could coach in the league.
For the record, this New York Post article cites Doug, your guy, Tate.
I think that's Ohio's Tate.
Moore, and then two other Twitter users.
Okay, all three of them are upset?
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
That's correct. Guys, Parker Jones looks like John Talty's cousin. That's from Sniffin' Holes.
No.
Yeah, guys, what if Parker Jones transfers to Notre Dame immediately?
That'd be cool. That'd be a flex. That would be wild. There might be an investigation.
Sharon in Clayton says, Golden Goose are handmade of fine Italian leather. A little disappointed in Piddles for not knowing about them, given his 63124 claim. That's from Sharon in Clayton.
Very good
I'm
point.
not into designer sneakers. I like basketball shoes and like Nikes, Jordans.
Joey's fell apart, so I brought him back.
But they already look like you kind of buy them a little. I mean, I guess it's probably really quality leather, but
is that the shoe equivalent of buying jeans that are ripped up, look like you've been in a fight with a bear?
I don't think these are ripped up, but they look like you've ran outside on concrete in them. That's look up a couple pair. I think that's
look up a couple pair.
I know. I'm sorry. I couldn't be sorrier.
They give you a warning, but if contact is made, it's a penalty. I was shocked to see Parker Jones is from Albany. He looks like every asswipe from East Cobb. That's Al in Dadeville, and Doug, he's workshopping his grief. Currently, he's in the second stage of grief, which is to attack East Cobb, Georgia.
Yeah. Albany. Wow.
South Georgia, that was Jeff Ablin's television market.
Mm-hmm. Albany?
Where he went swinging in South Georgia, remember?
Oh, yeah, that was that day I was out. I thought he was talking about Albany, New York.
These Gold Goose shoes
I assume it's Albany, Georgia.
Fair.
Never mind that. I'm looking up Gold Goose shoes, and some are $825, and they look like any other pair of sneakers with just like a star on it. What a ripoff! I'm sorry. Are they a sponsor?
Joey to call in?
They're counteracting the Yola.
Yeah, exactly. Joey's going to not be able to get his free shoes.
Yeah. It's the kind of thing where you're playing only to the other people that might have them, because the people that aren't familiar with it wouldn't even give a second look to these shoes.
Yeah. I always think to like Succession, where they're all wearing the most expensive clothing, but you would never know it. 'Cause it's not like covered in logos and stuff. It's very subtle.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what was your little problem?
We got Maury Povich coming in February.
Oh, okay.
Jackson and Sharon and Clayton have that you like someone, so you be mean to the middle school sexual energy going. That's from the 314.
I don't really know Sharon Clayton. Like, just like every other texter, it's just like a name. Like, I don't know her.
Doug does. He goes to Blues games.
Big Blues
with her.
fan. Yeah. Season ticket holder.
Yeah, I'm sure she's a
So you probably haven't crossed paths with her, seeing as she's at Blues games.
No, definitely not there. I'm sure, I don't know her. I'm sure she's lovely. I got no beef. I don't care.
Yeah. Oh, she is very lovely.
Yeah, I'm sure she is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy.
Well, and there seems to be a little something going back and forth with the text line.
That Parker Jones deal seems reminiscent of the Steve Bartman incident, camera coverage, scapegoat, etc. Any hoodles, freeze my pipes, Vaughn, you well-aged raisin. Thanks. That's from number one Asian intern Brian Henshin, a.k.a. ASMR Ting Ting 101, proud sponsor of Sunsets at the Rose Bowl.
I just got called a well-aged raisin.
From the Colts beat writer.
Oh,
Jim Thomas didn't use good. You can email in your thoughts on well-aged raisins. Aren't those prunes?
Is that a prune? I don't even know what a prune is.
Somebody will look that up. The morning after at InsideSTL.com, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Stag is in there and says Sharon and Clayton definitely wants Jackson. That's in the YouTube chat right now.
Doubtful.
And John Score says if distressed, worn-out looking sneakers are high-end, I'm sitting on a gold mine. That's John Scores in the YouTube chat. YouTube.com/TMASTL is where you can partake in the fun and games. This is TMA, presented to you by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Martin Kilcoyne talking about Auto Loan Pro, and they really are the pros when it comes to not only getting you a car, no matter what your situation is. They'll get you the car, they'll get you the best rate possible, but they're also going to teach you something along the way. How about that? You're getting a car and getting a little education as well. It's the playbook that you can download from that website, autoloanpro.com. If you're financing a car, there's one thing to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro. That playbook explains to you how credit works, how things can be approved along the way. So you buy a certain car now, your credit improves, and you buy a different car the next time. We know that good people get into bad circumstances. Instead of just selling you a car, the Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get your life and credit back on track. It's real simple. Autoloanpro.com. That's easy to remember. Autoloanpro.com is part of the Lita family. They're working with over 50 lenders to help you get the very best financing that's available out there. So they're going to help you get into that car and also understand the credit world. It's so confusing. Buying a car can be complicated. Keep it simple at Autoloanpro.com.
Welcome back. This is the morning after. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Martin Kilcoyne's vacationing in the Hamptons. Chairman Kurt returning to the studio wearing a TMA hoodie in St. Gabriel's colors. I'd like to see that.
Okay. Well, a lot of schools wear blue. Does it have to be St. Gabe's? Or you want it to be St. Gabe's?
I mean, it's whatever school has the most city basketball championships.
Okay.
St. Gabe's first, Seckman Jaguars second, but mostly St. Gabe's.
Thank you.
Really?
That's exactly right. And Jackson Burkett with you here on the program. Joey Vitale in studio in the 8 o'clock hour. Go back and podcast it via the 101 ESPN app or TMASTL app. Download it. And listen anytime you want to this program or BK and Ferrari or the Fast Lane, 101 ESPN. In general, the 101 app is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. On the program today, Joey Vitale in studio, Robert Thomas with us, Joe Theismann on the program, and the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, is going to join us coming up in our Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. And Doug, man, do we love that Jamie Burkhardt? Do we love that Peter Munganess? Do we love that Ryan Seiberg? Do we love that Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota partner? Yeah.
The answer to all those questions is yes. Yes, we do. And you'll love them too, maybe even more than you do now. If you ever have problems with your car and you need to get it fixed somewhere, you're going to say, where do I take it now? What do I do? Well, this is where you take it. You take it to Munganess St. Louis Acura or to Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Whether you've got your car there or not, you didn't have to buy it there in order to get it serviced there because they do outstanding work and they're big on Snick Snacks. You can get yourself some nice Snick Snacks. They've also provided us with a direct number to the Muckety Mucks to make sure that listeners to this show are taken extra good care of. Here's the number, 314-252-0029. 314-252-0029. You dial that number, you'll talk to one of the big shots, you tell them what's wrong, and they'll get you taken care of lickety-split. That's the way they do it. Also, they have a great selection of new and used cars. You can go there in person and check it out, or you can just go to the website and look at it that way. The website is stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Both dealerships run by the great Munganess family and the Burkhardt family, and they would love to take the kind of care of you that they have taken care of us over the last 4 or 5 years. Just a great place to go for your car. That's Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
Well, it's been a tough time in Eugene, Oregon over the last 48 hours. Not only getting stomped in the Rose Bowl by Ohio State, but last night ILL went into town and worked them over. And Doug, that provides us an opportunity to talk about ILL and what Joe Lunardi has in the bracketology, because here we go.
Couldn't possibly have bracketology yet.
The first team out.
The first team out? We've got most of the season still to play.
That's what your opinion is.
How's he going to know who's out?
Missouri is the first team out of the NCAA tournament.
Oh.
Missouri is the first team out.
Why?
And their SEC counterpart, Vanderbilt, the last team in. I don't know if Dennis Gates will have a press conference to address.
Is there any way to alter this at all? Any way to fight back?
They are the.
Or is it already written in stone?
Now they do begin SEC play tomorrow, but they are the first team out.
Yeah, might as well not even show up to the Plains.
Yeah, they got to deal with what Joey Lunardi has as the number 1 overall seed, and that's Notre Damn Eagle, a friend of the Illini, Bruce Pearl's team. And they are considered to be the top team in Joe Lunardi's bracketology.
I see Mizzou's got a stretch of games late January, early February, where they play 5 straight teams that are ranked as of right now, including number 1 Tennessee.
The Colonel had a story yesterday on PowerMizzou.com that Missouri has the 15th toughest schedule left in college basketball. And fun facts for no and tell, they also have the 15th toughest schedule left in the SEC, meaning the top 15 toughest schedules remaining are all from the Southeastern Conference. How about that?
It's such a gauntlet this year, and I think they're playing the toughest game of the year on Saturday at Auburn. I think Auburn is the best team in the SEC and by proxy the best team in the nation.
Don't say by proxy.
Couldn't be sorrier, and you have to play them on the road. That is going to be brutal.
War Eagle.
There's going to be some good SEC teams whose records aren't terribly impressive, and it might get left out of the tournament because of that, and that could be Mizzou.
No, that's why I think so much has to be played, but it could be a 12-13 bid conference, which would be unprecedented. But it's really that good. You're going to see Auburn on Saturday, man. They are, by the numbers, like one of the best college basketball teams in recent memory.
Is that right?
Just based on like KenPom numbers and offensive efficiency, it's crazy.
This bracketology is from New Year's Eve, so Illinois' win at Oregon not factored in. He had them as a 6 seed. Taking on Arizona State and Milwaukee.
Does he have the starting time of that game yet?
No, that question's dumb.
This is stupid. Yeah.
Silly guy. How could he know that? He just knows the opponent and where it's going to be played.
Right.
It's Pfizer Forum, probably.
That's what it seems like.
Is there a need for this?
Need?
Yeah.
Are you talking about our show?
Well, no, his bracketology.
Because if you want to get existential,
yeah.
I'll go with Aaron Rodgers to Costa Rica, have some ayahuasca, and come back and answer that question for you.
Come back in burlap shoes. Doug, to your point, I think it is necessary. I don't know if it's necessary year-round to have bracketology. Like maybe in February it would be really helpful.
Who's referencing that? Who's looking at it and saying, okay, there's the information I needed?
Goober morning shows who like making fun of it. That's kind of the audience. Because I'm with you. Well, how could you possibly know any of this?
SEC is now a basketball conference. They suck at football. No. Doug, where's my hot take check? That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
All right, I'll send you a couple bucks.
Baseball and basketball now, SEC.
Well, now it's so big that you're taking in, it feels like a third of the big-time schools' athletic programs. You added Texas and Oklahoma, obviously.
Basketball-wise, the big ones are long-time SEC schools, Tennessee, Auburn,
Kentucky,
Bama, Kentucky.
Sharon in Clayton has issued a statement regarding the theory that she is attracted to Jackson and flirting with him through her barbs. This is the following statement from Sharon in Clayton. I really have no beef with Pittles. I just disagree with a lot of his takes, and he makes it easy to pick on him. Okay. All good, really. I think you're an awesome guy, too, Doug. And no, I have no misguided lust towards Pittles. I'm taken. He taken. Just friendly chirping. My chirping has gotten me blocked, though. I got blocked by Wainwright on Twitter, and your guest yesterday, Michelle Smallman. Maybe I chirped too much and should make not a resolution to change that in 2025. Sure.
I, for whatever reason, was blocked from the fan page, and it really pissed me off.
I wonder why she chirps. We enjoy the chirping.
Why can't you go after Adam Wainwright?
I don't know
Michelle
what he's
Smallman,
done.
for that matter.
I mean,
we're a bunch of ass ponies in here, so I understand that. Adam Wainwright, Michelle Smallman.
Two of the most pleasant people you'll ever deal with.
I don't know what's going on there, Sharon. Send us the tweets that got you blocked by Wainwright and Michelle Smallman. Did Kurt Warner get you next?
Or reverse engineer him.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. This is 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. This just in, the college football playoff will not flip the dates and times of the Cotton Bowl Classic and the Orange Bowl after SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey said Thursday that he had made a request to change them. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you on the program. Chairman Kurt answering the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. This program has been joined by Joey Vitale in studio, Robert Thomas, and Joe Theismann on the program. Jackson with a report there that Greg Sankey made a request to flip-flop the dates for the Cotton Bowl and Orange Bowl.
Yep.
And that's because Notre Dame and Georgia were playing a day late.
Yeah.
So that request is...
Denied. Yep. Denied. They will not be doing that. So Notre Dame will face Penn State next Thursday, and then we will have...
Do you have a time for that?
Yes, I do. 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central.
Nice.
Yeah, really nice.
Woot, woot.
Yeah.
Oh, I love hearing that.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's huge. I'm trying to find out the time of the Cotton Bowl.
It looks like 6:30.
Orange Bowl 6:30 for sure.
This one says 6:30 too.
Okay. Well, 6:30 on both. Love it.
All right. Sankey's the SEC commissioner.
Yeah, and he did an interview yesterday with The Athletic talking about his desire for change in 2025. Now, the contract is up after 2025, and there's an expectation that there will be substantial changes, most likely expansion to the format in 2026, Doug. Mm-hmm. But he would like to see some changes made in 2025. From The Athletic, quote, the current format's seeding procedures with byes given to the 4 highest-ranked conference champions has been criticized as a flaw in the system. Sankey pointed out that the system was devised before the current wave of conference realignment in a world where the Pac-12 existed as one of the Power 5 conferences. Quote, remember, when the format was introduced, we had what was called the Power 5 and the Group of 5. There is not a Power 5. We had looked at history. You never meant pulling seeds from outside the top 10 really into the top 4 in this format, and that's now happened. Those are learning experiences, and that informs adaptation, and we've got a responsibility to have what I would consider as a competitive and fair format. Sankey alluded to Arizona State, the Big 12 champion and number 4 seed, playing, quote, at a high level in its double overtime quarterfinal loss to Texas on Wednesday. Arizona State would not have made the 4-team playoff under the system that ran from 2014 to 2023, nor would have Texas and Ohio State, which are now in the semifinals. Quote, we have to understand the opportunities that have been created. I think the playoff has worked. We're going to learn and then adjust. Another possible tweak, keeping the byes for conference champions, but reseeding after the first round. Sankey was in favor of that when the format was first being devised 5 years ago, and although it wasn't adopted, he's interested in having the discussion. Again, in another change, Sankey is more lukewarm, going away from bowl sites for the quarterfinals. Right now, the top 4 seeds don't get a home game, and the first 3 quarterfinals played at bowl sites this week were lost by those higher seeds. Ticket demand also has been lower than might be expected for the quarterfinals, with fans being asked to spend for multiple trips and as many as 4 for a team that makes the national title game. Sankey said there are a lot of factors involved. I would not reduce it to one, Sankey said on the bowls versus home sites debate. I tend to favor bowl involvement. It allows preparation. It allows the kind of support. We've had one weekend of games on campus in December. That's a learning opportunity, but we have a long history of bowl games, so we shouldn't just be jumping conclusions based on opinions. So he is not looking to expand the presence of on-campus games. Now, I, in a vacuum, would love to have the on-campus games, but the reason why they're not going to get away from the bowls is because of the money tied into the bowls, and the reason why he wants to have some kind of reward, I believe, for the conference champions is because they don't want to get rid of the conference championship games, which is also tied into dollars. So his responsibility is to bring in the most money for his conference, as his other conference commissioners, and that is why his perspective is what it is, but it should not be perceived as rooted in what is necessarily the best for integrity of competition. It's similar to, for example, baseballs, where they're never going to cut top-line revenue, and that is what this is about. conference championship games and bowl games.
Do you think attendance could ever get low enough to where that would start to sway it, or because
I
TV
think
money?
it will be really interesting, Jackson, to see what it looks like for these games next week.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked if the Cotton Bowl had empty seats, specifically because of Austin's, proximity to Dallas and the Cotton Bowl. But for Notre Dame fans who traveled to New Orleans and for Penn State fans who traveled to not just, quick one, across the country to go to Glendale in Arizona on New Year's Eve, now how many people are going to fly down to Miami from up north? So, and, in Notre Dame fans' case, pretty short notice, and Penn State fans only had 2 extra days. So I'll be intrigued to see what that looks like for fans, because it's not on a holiday. It's not on New Year's Day.
No. If attendance is the issue, it wouldn't kill them to maybe give a few thousand free tickets to students from the competing schools. Heaven forbid. Try to fill up the stadium. Have some sort of lottery system at the schools where another couple thousand fans get free tickets.
Yeah, I just as much as I would love to see more on-campus games, I understand where Sankey or any other conference commissioner is coming from with the bowl system, how it is, and I know the bowls and sponsorship is big money. I just feel like one of those bye teams, it would be so cool to get that opportunity to play at your home stadium, but money is money.
I'm a little surprised Sankey was arguing that the 2 games still to come need to be flipped on dates, because as SEC commissioner, his concern should be the University of Texas at this point. And this seems like it's a benefit to Texas to play a day later.
Well, this was before the game between Georgia and Notre Dame was played.
Yeah,
he was representing Georgia there.
Yeah.
Oh, he made this argument before last night.
That's correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
They just came out with the news that they will not be.
Otherwise, it'd be pretty altruistic for him to get involved.
Really, that's what I was thinking. Why are you arguing this now?
For the good of the game, growing the game.
ACC commissioner has spoken out on what he would like to see. Ladies and gentlemen, the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, is going to join us coming up in this Mug and S St. Louis Acura, Mug and S Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The Wentzville Walking Stick says Piddles is so translucent, it's hot.
Yeah, I have pale skin.
Well,
but I mean, I think it's because I closed the blinds, but now I need to turn them because right now it looks like you have.
We can't see you.
We might not see the sun for another 10 days.
True.
So
I'm just basking in. Yeah, I'm basking in, getting some of that serotonin. But yeah, I'm pale.
You almost look like one of those ghosts in videos where people think their house is haunted. Mm-hmm. This is the image that they captured.
Is that right?
Well, with the sun coming through the window.
Is that right?
Yeah, I know. I saw Nosferatu over the break, and I was like, oh, boy, that's in a couple, maybe 30, 40 years. That's what I look like.
You look like who now?
Nosferatu. It's kind of like a Dracula stand-in.
How about that impression?
Okay.
That was wonderful.
I was unfamiliar with
I do
his
have
work.
sharp canines, too.
Do you really?
Yeah, this one especially.
Can you get that file down if it bothers you?
I kind of like it. It's good for ripping and tearing into meat.
Oh, look at this guy.
That's where, our primal,
right,
or omnivores.
Comes in very handy.
The Wentzville Walking Stick says you're the hottest ghost on earth.
Ooh, was Swayze a ghost in Ghost?
He was.
That's the answer.
Have you not seen the picture?
I know of the film, pottery scenes and whatnot.
Oh, it's very good. It's a good movie.
Yeah. Well, so I know. Swayze is a ghost. That's the answer. He's the hottest ghost. Or, Bruce Willis is quite attractive in The Sixth Sense.
Spoiler alert!
Oh come on.
Spoiler alert!
I think I was 99, wasn't it? So we're going
too soon.
Year 26 of that one.
Cardinals coming up with us here. He's brought to you by James Carlton. That's PowerMizzou.com's Gabe, DeArmond, Missouri, opening up the conference schedule tomorrow at what is perceived to be the number 1 team in the country with Joey Lunardi's Bracketology, Auburn. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA 101 ESPN, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. That Colonel Gabriel DeArmond is going to join us coming up here. Doug, you know Jackson is grooming us to be NBA fans. Is that
He's trying, yeah.
I actually, though, am intrigued by hearing this audio. J.J. Redick says the NBA broadcasters and analysts are part of the reason the television ratings have gone down.
Oh, well, that's odd.
Charles Barkley had a response. Doug, take a listen.
Was he just talking about folks on TV?
What did he say? He said something about we're the reason people ain't watching this crappy product we got. I said, JJ. Yeah, us, like we out there jacking up 103s a night. JJ, I don't know Jason Monroe. I don't know who that is, but JJ, if you come for the king, you better not miss. Because I can get you, brother, because I got your Lakers games. You can't hide them flaws they got. You just a dead man walking. They got rid of Frank Vogel, who did a good job. They got rid of Darvin Ham, who did a good job. But you came out there thinking you were going to change things with that same ugly girl you went on the date with.
64-51 was your halftime score. As we get back to the highlights, and Rudy Gobert.
No, he came in there thinking, I can make this thing work. Hell, you can.
77.
Put the makeup on that pig.
Man, the Lakers are pigs.
The Lakers stink, man.
Oh, man, okay.
Come on, man.
Tatum, by the way, had 38 with some makeup.
They didn't like it at all. So they figured out why the ratings are so far down?
Was J.J. Redick like being serious, or was he
Yeah, I think he actually, I don't totally agree with it, but I think he has some merit in his point. I mean, those two guys who I love, I watch Inside the NBA all the time. I love it on social media. And I think some of it, and I don't think it's crazy to say, is rooted out of slight jealousy is the wrong word, but it's like these guys are getting paid a ridiculous amount of money, more money than they made in their career with games, perceived as worse players. Therefore, I think there is a touch of this is a little upsetting. And so when you go out, and they often talk about, Chuck always talks about how crappy he thinks the game is. And Chuck is Chuck, and he's awesome. But I think to a certain extent, JJ has a slight point. I don't totally agree. And I don't think those guys in particular are the main reason.
He's saying the guys who are paid millions to pump up the league are doing exactly the opposite.
Yes, to a certain extent. And I get where he's coming from. I don't totally agree, but I get where he is coming from with it.
Jackson, I feel like I've been blocked. That's from Pele Blanco.
Nope, clearly not.
Why
Pele.
do you keep blocking everyone?
I've never blocked. I think I blocked one person who sent in 1 billion Russian characters, and I was like,
blocking.
Well, clearly that's not a real person. So that's the only person I've blocked
a Russian
ever.
bot got into the text inbox?
Or just, I don't know. But English preferred on the text line.
It's almost mandatory.
Well, we only speak, I can't speak for you guys. I only speak English.
I took 4 years of Latin.
A language that's so robust right now.
I took 4 years of Spanish. All I can say is Pepe Ios, somos buenos amigos.
Spanish teacher
I
just
know.
sitting to our left.
Yeah.
Chuck is right. The NBA's garbage. It's from the 618.
And then this is exactly it. It's like the people confirmation bias is thorough.
It probably doesn't help that some of the best teams are in smaller markets.
100%. Some of the best players.
Memphis.
Some of the best players are in smaller markets. Yeah, agreed. 100%. The best player on the coasts, like New York, LA, is Jalen Brunson and LeBron at age 40. That's not great.
And some of the superstars are kind of are up there in years where they're still good players, LeBron and Curry. But people are kind of, they've seen them, and now Jokic might be the best, and he's got zero personality, and Luka Doncic doesn't have much of a personality either.
We're in a bridge period in the game.
Bridge period.
Yeah, older guys leaving, younger guys coming into form. So this is kind of the byproduct of it.
Why won't you read Diddles the Piddles on the YouTube chat? This is bogus. That's from the 636.
Diddles the Piddles? I don't know if I like that
name. I
name.
see Joey Vitale's Orange Scully in there. I see Ryan Crawford. I see the Wentzville Walking Stick. I see Tiny PP.
Is that guy in the 101 ESPN YouTube chat?
Oh, the 101 ESPN YouTube chat. Chairman Kurd, what's going on in there?
You know what? I haven't wandered over there in 3-4 weeks.
Tree 4.
So I can't. I have no report for you on this one.
Oh, brother.
We'll look into it.
Okay.
Jackson said we'll look into it. There you go. Oh, Diddles the Piddles is in the TMA chat now.
Hi.
Back to NBA talk. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. You'll never get these 3 minutes back.
This grooming is too much.
I know it. Colonel's going to groom us on the other side of the break. PowerMizzou.com is brought to you by James Carlton. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com is 10:45, 10:50, somewhere in there. This is the morning after. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to welcome to 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond of PowerMizzou.com. He's presented to you by James Carlton. Morning, Colonel.
What's up? How you doing?
Wonderful. How are you doing, man?
I'm fine. Yeah.
Just reading an article right before we had you on about Greg Sankey's preferences for changes in the 2025 college football playoff. What do you think is realistic to be changed in between now and December?
I mean, I could see the top four seeds, not having to be the conference champions. I don't know. The more I've thought about it, it seems like the whole playoff is just people complaining and finding the things they don't like. And in the end, in the end, Georgia, under any system, Georgia and Oregon are the top two seeds. And those two teams got beat. So maybe actually things are okay. The four teams that are alive were 3, 4, 5, 6 in the AP polls. So you've got really good teams, but it does prove that somebody outside the top four can win it. The one change I would like to see, honestly, is I think the quarterfinal game should be on campus. I think, Penn State at Boise and Texas at Arizona State would have been far cooler than, those two games being played in random bowl. My favorite part was after the games, these bowl representatives giving Marcus Freeman the Sugar Bowl trophy.
It is weird.
What he won was a spot in the semifinal.
Yeah, my theory is, as much as I would love to see these be on campus, that they continue the bowl tie-ins for the dollars, just like Sankey was talking about. He'd like to see the buys continue for the conference champions, and I think the reasoning there is they want to continue to have the conference champion games maintain value for financial purposes, which, again, people might not like it, including me, but I understand his reasoning. So, therefore, I don't know if we're going to get these games on campus. What do you think?
No, I think you're probably right, at least not for the foreseeable future, because what we do in college sports is incrementally move forward. Okay, fine. We know there are 827 stupid things, so we'll change these two. And then 3 years down the road, we'll change two more. Eventually, maybe it gets to what we want. But again, overall, the best point I've heard about this a couple weeks ago, Dan Wetzel said, everybody's complaining about Penn State SMU being a blowout, but what did we lose? What we lost was that same game happening in the Gator Bowl. So what did we give up? It's not this is terrible because of what it should be. No, maybe it's not as good as what you want, but it's better than what we had.
Yeah, in the big picture, people are interested in the games. People are watching the games in big numbers when not much else is going on right now, really.
Right, and the complaint about the first round was, well, these are all blowouts. Well, the only one in the second round that was truly a blowout was the one game all of us said, oh, this is going to be the best game we've seen.
Yeah.
And that was Oregon. But, Georgia Notre Dame wasn't a super exciting game, but it wasn't a blowout. Texas was a fantastic game. Boise was, it was pretty obvious Penn State was the better team, but it wasn't a humiliation.
Yeah, Boise was in position in that game and really hurt themselves with some penalties that took points off the board. So, yeah, I get where you're coming from. And now you have a Final Four that I think a lot of people would have said are 4 of the 5 or 6 best teams going into the playoff. And so along those lines, only one of them being from the SEC, and that school was not a member of the SEC this time last year. So what is your postmortem on the 2024 SEC college football season?
That the portal and NIL are working to do what people hoped they would, which is bring parity to a sport that the biggest problem has been that there's been no parity for 100 years. Right now, I know people will say, but the 4 teams left are still 4 of the, traditional power, and they are. And, maybe I think we have to adjust a little bit to the college basketball way of thinking, which is Does this system give Missouri or Ole Miss or Indiana or Boise a better chance to win a national title? Maybe not, but maybe the goal isn't, hey, you're winning the whole thing. Maybe the goal is just getting there and then, winning a game and taking your chances. And, hey, every now and then maybe we'll get a 9 seed in the national title game, right? Like we do every now and then in the Final Four in college basketball. But the NCAA tournament is the first weekend is about all these teams that actually have a chance to play for a national championship, even though most of them aren't going to win one. And then we spend the last weekend watching Kentucky and Kansas and Carolina and Connecticut play for a national title every single year, So, but I think the SEC, I don't think they had a great team this year. I don't think Texas is a great team.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I think they're pretty good, but they should have gotten beat on Saturday. Whether it's, the targeting call, whether it's 4th and 13, whatever, there were a number of plays that Texas was very, very fortunate to win that game. And, I posted yesterday after the Georgia game, the SEC was a 4th and 13 away from not being a part of the Final Four. And there is no way anybody could have seen that coming 12 months ago. And I think it's good for college football. I mean, the SEC it's such a myopic, we're better than everybody else and nobody else. And it is the best league in the country. And this doesn't change that. But I think it would be good if maybe the SEC didn't play in a national title game a couple times. And maybe some of this was spread out, because then I think what it does is it continues to give us college football. Like, it reduces the chances that the SEC and the Big Ten go, well, nobody else can do what we're doing anyway. We're going to go do our own thing. I mean, Arizona State just had one of your best teams beat. Notre Dame just beat your best team. The Big Ten, I don't think it's the best league in the country this year by any means, but it is probably – I think there's a very good chance we're going to have an all Big Ten national title game. And I hope that's not the case. Honestly, I'd like to see Notre Dame or kind of break that up.
Yeah.
Just so it's something.
Not a rematch.
Different, even though Notre Dame is hardly the poor little team on the outside of anything.
It sounds like you're expecting Ohio State to beat Texas, though.
I thought Ohio State was going to win the national title before this thing started. I just think they've been the most talented team in the country that just kind of messed around all season long because they felt like the team that they knew they were going to get in, and then we'll see what happens. And then they, for some reason, have a head coach who wets his pants when he looks across the sideline and sees Michigan on the other side. So if they got in, you always knew they were the one team that you didn't want to face. I mean, we haven't seen anybody look nearly as good as they have for 2 games.
Colonel, there's an article in The Athletic regarding the future of the non-college football playoff bowl games, and they're discussing what is realistic for these going forward. I theorize, and I think you share this, but I'll be anxious to hear your opinion on it, that as long as ESPN and sponsors are willing to pay for these things to exist, that they're going to continue to exist, even though the day before beating Iowa, Eli Drinkwitz said, let's call it what it is. It's an exhibition. Do you think that, let's say 5 years from now, we will continue to see the number of bowl games that we saw in 2024/2025?
I mean, like you said, as long as people are watching them and the sponsors are willing to pay for them, I don't know why not. And again, more and more, like I used to be this, why are we playing the Armed Forces Bowl? Well, why not? Like, what's the cost of it? If people want to watch it, great. I mean, I got to watch a man being interviewed sitting in a giant tub of Cheez-It.
That's a payoff.
The Pop-Tarts Bowl, everything about it was phenomenal. And the Music City Bowl, that was a fun football game to watch. It was a good game. So I want that to go away for what? To watch nothing? I mean, it's more football. It's entertaining. Great. If you don't want to watch it, you don't have to watch it. But as long as there are people who are willing to, I don't see the need for it to go away. And this guy's not playing and that guy. Cool. At some point, if not enough people want to watch it, then they will go away. But as long as they are on and people, between December 20th and January 4th, none of us know what day it is. We all sit around and go, hey, what college football game's on at 11 a.m.? Cool, I'll turn that on in the background. I just don't get again, I think it's people looking for things to complain about. Hey, don't watch it if you don't want to watch it. That's fine.
Yeah. When it's not your team in a non-playoff bowl game, you think, what's the point of this? And when it is your team, you're thinking, oh, this is kind of fun.
Right. And even when I think, what's the point? Like, I watched Oklahoma Navy. Again, it's that or watching something on Netflix that I've already seen. That's fine. Mm-hmm. If you don't want to watch it, don't watch. But obviously enough people want to watch it that there's a reason to have it. Like, goes well beyond sports, but we just seem to, I don't like this, so it shouldn't exist. Well, just ignore it. It's fine. You don't have to be a part of it.
One of the suggestions in the article is for the upper tier of bowls to band together and draft from a pool of accomplished non-playoff teams. So if the top 6 bowls and payouts beyond the CFP, such as the Citrus, Alamo, ReliaQuest, Holiday, Texas, and Pop-Tarts Bowl, chose from the top 12 available non-CFP teams instead of being bound to inviting teams from their affiliated conferences, they could create many compelling matchups. So I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if that's I don't know a solution. I don't know if it's really a solution to, because I don't know what the problem is, so to speak. Like you said, like if you don't like it, who cares?
Well, and also if we're matching more top teams against each other, you know what you're going to get? More opt-outs. Like part of the appeal of some of these games is watching every Navy player play and thinking that beating Oklahoma is a big deal to them, right? I mean, if it's Oklahoma, Oklahoma wasn't a top team this year, but if we have to take the next 12 available, so what are we getting? Missouri, South Carolina? Well, I've seen that game. Or Ole Miss and, Miami, is that better than Iowa State and Miami? I don't know. I think we already have that. I'm not sure there's a big thing we need to solve.
Yeah, I would think most people would say that this 12-team playoff has worked pretty well. It's not perfect, but I think most people like it.
Right, and the other bowl games are fun, and I know there are people that get mad that, this guy doesn't, I know Drinkwitz made some people unhappy with the whole exhibition comment, but he's right, and he's obviously right, as evidenced by the fact that his 2 best offensive players chose not to play in that game, whereas even the game against Buffalo, Luther Burden and Armand Mimbo played that game. There was no question they were going to play that game. But we see this in all sports. I mean, I'll probably turn on Chiefs Broncos and watch Carson Wentz play on Sunday. It means nothing. That's fine. I'm not going to get super upset if they lose, but it's on TV. I'll watch it. It's a football game, and if you choose not to watch it, that's fine. But again, we're looking for problems that realistically I don't think exist. People, the seeding was wrong because the top 4 teams aren't it. Well, who cares? 4 of the best teams got in it. Like, why do we care what the number next to their name ceases to matter once the game's being played?
Yeah, and the seeding, actually, if you look at the rankings, 2 of the top 4 are in it. It's just the seeding with Arizona State and Boise State. Final thought, Colonel, Missouri goes to take on what is projected to be the top team per Doug respects Joe Lunardi's bracketology.
I don't.
And he's got Auburn as the top overall seed. Missouri faces Bruce Pearl and War Eagle tomorrow. Your thoughts on the start of the conference schedule, the Auburn game, and what lurks out there for Missouri? I saw your post about Missouri having the 15th toughest schedule left in college basketball, and it's the 15th toughest schedule in the SEC. Quite a statistic.
The SEC is insane. I mean, there's going to be a good team in this league that goes 4-14. That's how loaded this league is. I called the Auburn game this morning the least important game remaining on Missouri's schedule. And the reason is real simple. I mean, look, they're the best team in the country. It's on the road. Chances are you're probably not going down there and winning, right? So if you lose that game, it really changes nothing about your season. The games that will determine what Missouri is are much more like the ones they have next week, home against LSU, home against Vanderbilt. Those are games, if you lose those, then it's hard to draw a path to the NCAA tournament. If you lose at Auburn, so what? Almost everybody's going to lose at Auburn.
Yeah. So you're free rolling in that sense. I follow where you're coming from. PowerMizzou.com will have the coverage on it. The Colonel, Gabe DeArmond, every Friday here on TMA, presented to you by James Carlton. Thank you, Colonel. Have a wonderful weekend.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
There he is.
Bye,
That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you. Martin Kilcoyne vacation. He's back on Monday. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And get your TMA merch at TMASTLshop.com. I'm sporting a quarter zip. I didn't see Jackson was over there, but I can't see over my monitor. And I'm on a step stool. I'm on a 3-foot step stool.
Yeah, you've done all you can.
I got lifts on that are essentially like pumps.
Right.
Like I got stilettos on.
Can we get some stilts in here for you?
Thank you. That's the next step.
Okay.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years, and Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and that they make a great living. And that is why he is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. $7 a square yard. Michael's passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price, and that's why he is making sure he gets the best carpet installers and gives them $7 a square yard. That is awesome compensation in this industry. If you are interested in becoming part of Michael's team, go to igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it is back. And they have so many varieties of all kinds of flooring with 3 easy locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area: Creve Coeur, Garden Prairie, and St. Peters. It's Michael's Flooring offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. If you're interested, go to igotfloored.com. Morning after. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you on the program.
Star-studded show, Doug. You got to feel good about the work you put in today.
Well, I feel good about the work that the guests have put in.
What about the work we put in?
Well, the work you put in has been stellar, Tim.
Yes.
But the work Joey Vitale put in and Gabe, and Joe Theismann, it's been great.
What about number 18?
Number 18, yeah, Robert Thomas. Yeah.
What about Pestus from Festus when he called in?
He was dynamite as well. I think he secured Listener of the Month, probably.
Possibly Listener of the Year on January 3rd. If you missed anything, podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast that is available for you. Schaefer Door online at schaeferdoor.com. This program is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, and Brown & Crouppen is the title sponsor, and we are thrilled to have them on board. They are local, celebrating 45 years in St. Louis. And if you're going to need Brown & Crouppen services, don't you want a local law firm? One that is set up here and knows how to handle the local landscape, the ins and outs of your case, and the local environment. Well, that's Brown & Crouppen. The number could not be more simple to remember. Check it out. 314-222-2222. Think you can remember that?
Probably could remember that.
314-222-2222. Or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. That's Brown and Crouppen. Ed Herman, Andy Crouppen, and Terry Crouppen come in studio on Tuesdays and talk it over with us. You get a sense for the caliber of people they are. They are St. Louis through and through. Online at brownandcrouppen.com. And if you call them at 314-222-2222, 222-2222, 314-222-2222, make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. My clock management today, candidly.
No, it's been great, Tim.
For the caliber of broadcaster I am.
Don't do this to yourself. It's been great.
It's just not up to my standards.
Okay.
And so we got to do a quick segment or two before we get to the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Ottawa Senators. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
BK and Ferrario are 14 minutes away. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in a matter of moments. Doug, quick segment. We get back on track time-wise. This is 101 ESPN. Welcome back, Doug. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Oh, guys, Plops here. Tim, once again, I'm 100% with Doug on this. If you actually go through the proper steps and become a legit Eucharistic minister, you should be allowed to sleep with people of the same sex.
I don't believe I'm taking that stance.
I mean, the email says, once again, I'm 100% with Doug on this.
Right.
If you actually go through the proper steps and become a legit Eucharistic minister, you should be allowed to sleep with people of the same sex and not have to catch an earful from your spouse. It's called give and take. Look it up, you babies.
Okay.
So what if I'm serving up...
Serving up what?
I think I got to probably press a check.
Oh, no. Okay, so that's the end of the email.
The first sentence was really good. I mean,
Misty Plops.
not ruled out.
He got too graphic and blew it. He's out of the running.
I don't know.
He might win.
I don't know.
My fat-ass, thimble-weaned future ex-husband Won't expect any infidelity from the savory waft of my taint anymore?
Oh, who cleared these?
Chairman Kurt, am I in the filtered file or not?
Yeah, that's the right file. You can say that, I think.
You can't. You cannot.
I don't know.
Got myself a 36er of loofahs for Christmas.
I'll last you 5
So
years.
my lower extremities are smelling balmy. What's new with you guys?
Come on. This is not sports.
Room 1203 at the Ritz was littered with Gucci loafers, needlepoint belts, and a couple rogue pashmina shawls.
Cashmere?
Pashmina? Yeah, I'll take it.
The champagne had subtle notes of brioche and apple pastry, which dripped down my crack for the enjoyment of an MAC junior member. Happy New Year, and hopefully 2025 brings more of the same. Oh, and if you valet your 3 series at the Ritz, just know the valet man is aware you won't be tipping nothing. That's a self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Self-made stay-at-home
welcome to
Ledoux
Ledoux.
mom.
Yeah, she has the
street sign.
She has the welcome to the city of Ledoux street sign, Harbor Springs, Michigan, and Aspen, Colorado, are the logos in her email. I mean, this is unbelievable.
See that sign?
The wealth.
Yeah, Price and Delmar. You see that sign?
My goodness. Hey, guys, sometimes you go through a 6 or 7 year sex dry spell, and then you finally convince somebody that's even more unhappy with their life than you are with yours to let you go snorkeling.
Oh,
God.
And you want nothing more than to hold on to that sweet, sweet bliss for as long as possible. But alas, you have to catch and release. Like you pull out of the greenside fish, you pull out of the greenside pond on 18 at Gateway.
What are we talking about with this email?
And then pan fry in a wheelbarrow worth of country crock while 3, maybe even up to 4 people watch on Facebook Live. Don't you like that? While 3, maybe even up to 4 people
right.
Wheelbarrow of butter.
watch on Facebook Live, but you want to hold on to the experience for as long as possible, so you abstain from washing yourself so that you can keep the pungent aroma of Preparation H, a banana smoothie, an egg McMuffin from the Sunset Hills McDonald's, and 7 decades of sports at KMOV on your pubis. But after a week or 2 of not getting a call back, you see the writing on the wall and realize that now he's on HD1. He's too good for a microween, so you finally give in against your better judgment, scrub any memory of him while you sob listen to Taylor Dane's Love Will Lead You Back on repeat. Do you guys know that feeling?
I don't.
It's him. Don't think, just stink.
Oh.
Wow.
He's new.
Yeah, he's good.
Number 1, you cannot offend Doug. If you do, he will say something isn't very good. You also cannot make any references toward the bedroom or he gets a little creeped out. If you're going to mention shooting the sherbert, you've lost him. With Doug, it isn't necessarily writing something good. It's about not disqualifying yourself.
Yes.
Number 2, Jackson, opposite of Doug, as he can take a joke. You can poke fun at him, just don't go too hard. A good sex story gets his pale loins fired up. If you mention a good MFF consensual 3-way, you've got him more than fired up than the fats and the sads when he gives an NBA score. But if you go for Jackson, you might disqualify yourself from Doug. Be careful. Number 3, Chairman Kurt. KG's a simple voter, but not a simple man. He is a man of the people, a true TMA evangelist. Find one line to make him laugh, and you got his vote. You can win this thing pairing Jackson and KG, but occasionally Kurt wants to keep this thing alive, so then you go to Tim. And number 4, Tim, he saves his vote to break the tie. So what route do you take? Funny sexual references to get Jackson and KG's vote, or keep it clean to get Doug? First, you start with the praise or offering your wife to Tim. Lines like, I would be honored to lose my money to Tim, or Tim, please take my wife. Following that, you absolutely need to make sexual references. Cut chairs, prison wallets, simping, all are game. Even then, you're up against the greats in Buck Swope and JV Golf Coach, 2 individuals that listen to every minute, every segment. It's difficult to beat those who have no life.
Damn.
Wow, he just went for Buck Swope and JV Golf Coach right there. That's from the future podcaster of the year.
Future Podcaster of the Year.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug. Notre Dame won a massive game for the first time since Tim was in high school with an assist from a sweatpants-wearing Georgia walk-on who walked into oncoming referee traffic. We've got Joe Theismann here to talk it over and promote his upcoming Maury Povich live remote from Crestwood Plaza, where they're going to determine once and for all if Joe is Tim's biological father. Libby Jack hates Ryan Reynolds because he's a highly successful entrepreneur who turned Marvel's trash into box office gold without even trying, while Libby Jack is stuck at a computer with the sun in his eyes as he squints trying to check out photos of John Hamm's bulge. But I think the lead is that of the remaining schools in the college football playoff. Texas has the hottest stepdads. Ours is the type of presentation where a geriatric blind man who self-identifies as Italian because a robot with a female voice told him how to pronounce mustacholi feels free to drop in at any time and remind the audience to tell their wives to bring in the firewood. Congratulations to Ray King on winning the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. I know some thought it was Bob Wagon's time, but did Bob Wagon provide the clip that has come to be the definitive cocaine drop for this presentation? Does Bob Wagon text in photos of himself with his bearded wife? Did Bob Wagon show up to the TMA holiday party and indirectly create an awkward situation when a random bearded gentleman at the bar asked if he was Ray King's wife? I don't know the circumstance at all, but they don't matter, and I'll tell you why. Doug found Austin Matthews' butt pics. Thanks, that's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have.
Okay,
for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, what you got?
Well, I thought the best one, again, I seem to be voting for him a lot, but he's got the best one again today, and that's Buck Swope.
I'm going don't think, just stink.
No.
Chairman Kurt.
Misty Plops. I'm going Plops.
I know Misty Plops as well. Misty Plops has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email. What a comeback. That was Arizona State if the targeting would have been called. That's what just happened with Misty Plops. Misty Plops has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Mungan asked the sponsor of our 10 o'clock hour online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com, a longtime sponsor of TMA. That's stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com if you're looking for a new car, if you're looking for a pre-owned car. And if you need to get your car repaired, go to stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com to work with Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganast, or you can text them or call them at the number they set up specifically for TMA listeners, and that number is 314-252-0029. 314-252-0029. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are coming up next for Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. Joey Vitale sitting in for Martin Kilcoyne for an hour. My brother Kevin, Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.